Chapter 61. Roar. The crocodile realized their plan. It struggled, trying to go back to the oasis to protect the white spirit flowers. However, the mighty bear held onto the crocodile for dear life. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the water, the mighty bear would have been able to drag the crocodile to the shore. This Silver Eyes Night Viper took action. The viper dashed across the water and bit the crocodile's eye, injecting a large amount of venom. The crocodile struggled in pain, and its strength was weakening. The mighty bear threw the crocodile to the shore. The other pets swarmed over and cut open the crocodile's stomach. This strong F-level beast died on the spot. The middle-aged man's Mount Eagle flew back and forth several times. It picked up 15 white spirit flowers and placed them on a rock. The more people there are, the more strength there is. Normally, we wouldn't be able to deal with an F-level beast, the red-haired beast tamer said with a smile. Let's distribute the white spirit flowers. Silver, I was a woman of few words. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and the others each took 2 flowers. The last one had to be decided by rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The 7 of them began to play. After several rounds of fierce competition, Huang Samba, who was the luckiest, won the last white spirit flower and gave it to Wu Ming. Let's go to the next destination. Holding the map, Silver, I pointed to a cave hundreds of meters away. There were many herbs growing in the cave, including the glass thorn that Wu Ming needed. A few hundred meters was not a long distance. Wu Ming and the others had F-level pets to lead the way. They were not afraid of E-level beasts. A few minutes later, they arrived at the cave. Be careful. There may be beasts in there. Silver, I reminded them, and put on her helmet. As for what she was wearing, she had changed into a tight-fitting combat suit before they left the city. The combat suit was made from the skin of beasts, which was both cut and bulletproof. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and the others all put on their helmets. They were fully armed and had super alloy steel daggers in their hands. 3 pets in the front and 4 at the back to protect everyone in the center. I'll take the lead. A muscular male beastmaster was holding a strong flashlight, illuminating the cave. Countless poisonous insects and bats immediately flew over. Get down, Yintong shouted. Breathe fire, Wu Ming ordered. Little Tyrant roared and spat out blazing flames into the cave. The flames lasted for as long as 10 seconds, and all the poisonous insects and bats that passed by were all burned to death. Their corpses fell to the ground, emitting a charred stench. F*CK. What level is this flame? It's so strong. The red-haired beast tamer was speechless. It's an E-rank companion talent, but because Little Tyrant hasn't matured yet, its current power is about the same as an F-rank flame. Wu Ming explained. So, this black puppy is a pet with E-rank potential? No wonder he's a master trainer. He's so rich. The red-haired beast tamer exclaimed. The group went deeper. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Green, glowing vines crawled all over the walls, lighting up the entire cave. There were jagged rocks of strange shapes, and many glowing herbs grew in the crevices of the rocks. Wu Ming used his Eye of Insight to search. The first thing he found was a long, green, glowing herb that looked like glass shards. Found it, the glass thorn. Wu Ming smiled. He quickly took out some tools to dig out the nearest glass thorn and put it away. Next, there were 3 more herbs. The others were digging for the herbs around. Huang Samba and Yintong were no exception. They didn't let go of anything that was mature and could be taken away. All of a sudden, Wu Ming felt his scalp tingling, as if something was watching him from the dark. He quickly lowered his voice and shouted, Quick, get into the battle formation. There are beasts lurking in the dark. That wasn't just a verbal statement. It was a fact. The ghost cat, which had been invisible all this time, had night vision. It had seen that there was a strange beast lurking in the vines, and the distance between them was shrinking. What can happen? The red-haired beast tamer didn't think it was a big deal. But he and his pets went to Huang Samba, Yintong, and Wu Ming at once, looking around vigilantly. Whoosh! At this moment, a shadow launched an attack. As a flying pet, the mountain eagle couldn't move freely in such a narrow space. A red shadow bumped into it first. The mountain eagle howled and fell to the ground. Its feathers were all over the ground. Luckily, it was still alive. My mountain eagle! The middle-aged man's heart ached. Strong light. Wu Ming took out a large light bulb at once and raised it over his head to illuminate the entire cave. Everyone saw a strange figure squatting in a corner of the cave. It was like a firework. It had 3 tails and a red human face. Its expression was stiff as it looked at everyone. Wu Ming stared at the figure and obtained its information. Type: red-faced mad demon. Level: Grade E elementary. Talents: E-shadow, F-speed, 30 meters per second, F-stab. This was a genuine E-class vicious beast. The E-shadow was the red-faced mad demon's companion talent. Naturally, it would become an E-rank beast when it reached adulthood. As for why it had the F-speed and F-stab attributes, Wu Ming didn't know. Buzzing. The red-faced mad demon used its E-rank talent, Shadow, again. It turned into a shadow and flew close to the ground. Like a bone spur, the red-faced mad demon bumped into Yintong, who was standing next to Wu Ming. Roar! The night viper swung its long tail. The tail lashed at the red-faced mad demon like a steel whip. The red-faced mad demon was knocked away. The rocks on the ground turned into 2 spikes and shot out like arrows. Crack! The mighty bear smashed the rock spikes with its paw. Attack! Yintong shouted. The other beast tamers communicated with their pets right away and formed a circle. Some of them cut the red-faced mad demon with their daggers, some breathed out frost, and some shot out blazing lasers from their eyes. All the attacks landed on the red-faced mad demon. Roar! The red-faced mad demon wanted to hide. However, right at that moment, an invisible claw slashed across and split the red-faced mad demon in half. The 2 of us fell to the ground and blood gushed out. What happened? The other beast tamers were dumbfounded. Well, the mighty bear's claw is stained with blood. It seems that it accidentally split the E-rank beast in half. While they were discussing, they noticed that the mighty bear's right front claw was stained with blood. Even Huang Samba and the mighty bear were confused. After a while, the 2 of them understood and looked at Wu Ming. Chill. Wu Ming gestured for them to keep quiet. Of course, it was the ghost cat that secretly attacked the red-faced mad demon. As for the blood on the mighty bear's claw, it was the ghost cat that did it to confuse the public. At the moment, everyone thought that it was the mighty bear that did it. They had no idea that there was a pet at the peak of the F rank hiding in the dark. Chapter 62. Since it was Huang Samba's mighty bear that killed this E-level beast, its body belongs to Huang Samba. Let's keep looking for herbs, Yintong said. The others nodded in agreement. Brother Wu, here you go. Huang Samba handed the red-faced mad demon to Wu Ming. The latter didn't refuse. Wu Ming took out the E-level beast core and threw the red-faced mad demon to the ground. He had finished the conversion and gained 55 evolution points. He didn't need the red-faced mad demon's body anymore. The others didn't notice this. They were all busy picking herbs. 10 minutes later, everyone left the cave and went to the next location. Along the way, they would see pieces of human bones and clothes. These should be the members of other exploration teams who died in battle. How tragic. Huang Samba expressed his sympathy. Usually, exploration teams were made up of ordinary people. Even if they were wearing combat suits, they didn't have pets above the F level. If they ran into beasts that were more agile, or beasts that were good at sneak attacks or poisons, they would die for sure. However, for the sake of their livelihood, they had to take risks and come out to pick herbs. It's all for the sake of living. Wu Ming exclaimed. If he didn't have the system or pets, he would have been wandering the streets by now. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Huang Samba stood next to Yintong and whispered to her while looking at the map. Brother Wu, there's a black rock in front of us. Black-like grass is growing on it. It's just right for you. Okay. Wu Ming nodded. The red-haired beast tamer frowned. That black rock is more than 10 meters tall. It's surrounded by a dense forest. The black-light grass grows in the cracks between the rocks. It's hard to find them. Besides, I think there's a poisonous beehive nearby. It's not a good idea to mess with it. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant barked as if it was saying that it could burn the poisonous beehive with fire. The other beast tamer's eyes glowed. Little Tyrant was not an adult yet, but unless it was a beast above the F level, no one could survive its flames. Average poisonous bees were not a threat at all. However, the key now was to determine the exact location of the nest. Be careful. The queen bee seems to have mutated into an F-class dire beast. Its stinger is very sharp. It can easily pierce through our combat suits, Silver Eye warned. Understood. The others nodded. Everyone spread out and cautiously approached the black rock. Little Tyrant followed by Wu Ming's side, constantly vigilant of their surroundings. His big, watery eyes were filled with seriousness and focus. The ghost cat was always invisible. It was like a hunter in the dark, emotionless, cold, taciturn, only obeying orders. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound the poisonous bee flapping its wings could be heard. Wu Ming noticed a few poisonous bees flying nearby. Each of them was as big as a thumb, and the stingers on their buttocks were like red-hot steel needles. It was very scary. Poochie, Little Tyrant waved its paw. The poisonous bees that were about to pounce on Wu Ming were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. Although it was not an adult yet, Little Tyrant had F-level speed, F-level defense, F-level self-healing, and many other talents. It was an experienced F-level pet with strong combat abilities. Of course, it was still not experienced enough. But with Wu Ming's command, it would not be a problem. Ghost Cat, go and find out the exact location of the nest, Wu Ming ordered through the pet contract. Ghost Cat took graceful steps and snuck into the nearby forest. Soon, it found a nest on an old tree stump. It was a super hive that was bigger than a water tank. There were many poisonous bees the size of a thumb on its surface. If an average person was stung, the venom would paralyze their nerves within 3 seconds, causing them to be paralyzed. Then, they would fall into a coma and die. Even a dire beast would die if it was injected with a large amount of venom. What a big hive! Wu Ming pushed aside the leaves and saw the nest. He quickly took out his walkie-talkie and whispered, "I found the nest. It's big, like a fortress." The others heard the sound and were about to come over. All of a sudden, a beast tamer screamed, "Oh no, I'm in the steel shell ant's nest. I need backup." Crack! There was a sound like countless iron nails piercing into a combat suit. Then, the beast tamer screamed again. In less than 3 seconds, there was no more sound. Wu Ming didn't dare to move, because the beast tamer had made too much noise. The poisonous bees had flown out of the nest. There were tens of thousands of them, like a swarm of locusts passing through. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant barked. Its body began to expand and turned into a 1-meter-tall Cerberus. The 3 heads spewed out blazing flames at the same time, burning a large number of poisonous bees to death in an instant. However, there were too many poisonous bees. They kept flying out of the nest, all pouncing towards Little Tyrant. Every one of them was very fast, like countless darts, arriving in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Little Tyrant's combat strength was stronger after transforming. Its 3 dog heads spat out flames in different directions, burning all the poisonous bees that were flying in from all directions. Then, the 3 mouthfuls of flames focused on the poisonous beehive, burning it into ashes. Even the queen bee was burned to death. There were still dozens of poisonous bees flying in the air, but they were all slashed apart by the ghost cat's sharp claws. None of them could get within 3 meters of Wu Ming. Only then did Wu Ming have the time to run towards the steel shell ant's nest. When Wu Ming arrived at the scene, he only saw a skeleton lying in a pile of sand. The surface was covered with countless peanut-sized steel shell ants. The toughness of these ants was comparable to steel, and their strength was shocking. They could even bite through ordinary steel bars. Their combat strength was terrifying. Fortunately, Little Tyrant's flames were very hot. Thousands of steel shell ants were burned to ashes in a flash. He's actually dead. The red-haired beast tamer brought the spirit monkey to the vicinity. Looking at the skeleton, he could not help but feel sad. That was an F-grade beast tamer. In the end, Because he accidentally fell into the steel shell ant's nest, he could not escape in time and was eaten by countless steel shell ants, becoming a skeleton. The silver-eyed beast tamer, the middle-aged beast tamer, and the others also gathered. Looking at their dead teammate, they felt sad. Being a beastmaster is such a dangerous path. We might still be chatting happily 1 second ago, but in the next, our teammate might be reduced to a pile of bones, the red-haired beastmaster lamented, bowing to the pile of bones. Rest in peace. The other beast tamers also sighed. Although their teammate had died, the mission still had to continue. After Wu Ming and the others dealt with the poisonous hive and the steel shell ant's nest, they finally arrived at the Black Rock safely. Realizing that there was no longer any danger here, they began to harvest the herbs. Now, there were only 6 of them left. This meant that all the mature herbs only had to be divided into 6 portions. Everyone would get a little more than before. However, no one was happy about this. Chapter 63. In the wild, the more beast tamers there were, the better. The more people there were, the more pets there were, and the safer it would be. A 1-meter-tall F-grade boxing kangaroo stood next to the steel-armored ant's nest. It looked at the skeleton with tears streaming down its face. That was its master. Now, its master had passed away. It had also been bitten by the steel-armored ants and had become a stray pet. It could choose to follow Wu Ming and the others back to the Garan castle and look for its next master. Or it could wander in the wild and gradually regain its wildness and become a terrifying beast. Bang! The boxing kangaroo smashed a huge rock on the ground and buried the skeleton. It took a deep look at the area and then disappeared into the dense forest. In the end, it chose to become a beast. Under the Black Rock, Wu Ming found a black herb that looked similar to daffodils. However, the entire leaf was light black, as if it had been dyed with ink. On the surface of the leaf, there was a lot of fluorescent light, shining brightly. Found it! This is the black bright grass. Wu Ming was pleased. As long as he could find the remaining 2 herbs, he would be able to make 2 sets of E-grade evolution food to ensure that the ghost cat could successfully advance to the E-grade. Apart from the black bright grass, there were many other precious herbs. In addition, there were some special ores that were also important raw materials for the evolution food. Wu Ming put them all away. The group packed up and began to hurry to the next location. With a lesson learned from the previous incident, they walked at a slower pace and were always alert to any hidden dangers around them. Soon, Wu Ming noticed that the surface of the ground had become barren. He looked up and saw a small volcano that was more than 10 meters tall, not far away. Lava flowed around it, nurturing a strange dark green or that looked like a succulent plant. Huang Samba pointed at the ores that looked like plants and said to Wu Ming, "That's the firebone chalcedony." "Little tyrant, are you afraid of fire?" Wu Ming patted the little tyrant that had shrunk into a small black dog. "Woof, woof, woof." Little tyrant held his head high like a mighty general. He took nimble steps and crossed the scorching magma. He jumped beside a fire chalcedony and brought it back with his mouth. "Well done." Wu Ming smiled and patted the dog's head. Soon, little tyrant returned with a few more flaming chalcedonies. The middle-aged beastmaster who owned the mountain eagle also had the mountain eagle fly over and pick up 2 stalks with its beak, preparing to head to the next location. "Let's go." Wu Ming put away the firebone jade essence. All that was missing was the turtle and snake gallbladder. This was a type of medicinal herb. It grew near the F-class dire beast tortoise snake, and its appearance resembled a snake's gallbladder, hence its name. This kind of medicinal herb had great medicinal value. Of course, with the protection of the tortoise snake, it was also very difficult to harvest them. Although I'm still missing the last ingredient, I can already concoct the evolution food for the E-class King Kong Talon. Once I get the tortoise snake gallbladder, I can concoct the E-class rapid food. Wu Ming looked around. He wanted to find a place to rest so that he could secretly concoct the E-class King Kong Talon food so that the ghost cat could advance to the E-class. Unfortunately, the team had to move on to the next location. Besides, the terrain was open and there was no shelter. It was not safe. At the moment, the sky was darkening. It began to rain in the Heaven Abyss Canyon. Fortunately, everyone was wearing combat suits. They could fight against wild beasts without relying on their pets. A little rain was nothing. Silver Eye looked into the distance that was filled with mist. She felt that the canyon was like a bloody mouth that was waiting for its prey to walk into the trap. It was a horrifying sight. It's getting late. Let's find a cave to rest. Silver Eye chose to rest. The Heaven Abyss Canyon was dangerous at night. If they continued to walk, they could be discovered by huge beasts. They might even be surrounded by countless beasts. Even if they could fly, they might not be able to escape. Okay, let's take a break. Wu Ming was happy. He was worried that he wouldn't have time to concoct the evolution food. Now, he finally had the chance. There was a small canyon nearby. Based on the map drawn by their predecessors, Silver Eye found a cave that was 15 meters deep. The 6 of them hid inside. After making sure that the deepest part was safe, Wu Ming sat down on a rock. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The red-haired beast tamer opened the inflatable tent and hid inside with his spirit monkey. They ate and rested for a while. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone took out their inflatable tents. Not even bullets could penetrate this kind of tent. It was very tough. When put away, it would only be the size of a palm. However, when quickly inflated, it could become a small tent that was 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. It was very safe. Wu Ming and Little Tyrant sat in the tent, and the corners of their lips curled up slightly. It's time to concoct the E-Class King Kong Talon food. Wu Ming told Huang Samba not to disturb him and began to work. The concoction process went smoothly. In less than 3 minutes, Wu Ming weighed, chopped, and ground the herbs and placed them in the reactor. 15 evolution points were deducted. The herb powder emitted a faint golden glow and gradually condensed into 100 golden evolution food the size of soybeans. A rich aroma began to spread. Little Tyrant smelled the aroma and wanted to take a bite. However, Wu Ming poured the evolution food into a wooden basin. Under Little Tyrant's stunned gaze, the evolution food in the wooden basin slowly decreased until it was dumbfounded. With its current intelligence, it would never have guessed that there was a ghost cat that could turn invisible in the dark. It felt like it was watching a magic show. After a while, the ghost cat finished eating the evolution food. Its body broke out of its invisible state and appeared in Little Tyrant's sight. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant barked in surprise. Brother Wu, are you okay? Huang Samba quickly shouted from next door. I'm fine, Wu Ming said. He reached out and hugged Little Tyrant. He stroked the dog's head to stop it from barking. He quietly looked at the netherworld cat as it lay on the ground. Its body became even more slender and light, just like a fierce leopard. The biggest change was the ghost cat's 4 sharp claws. At first glance, they seemed to be dyed in gold, becoming harder and sharper. A light claw could cut through superalloy steel. Even if it was a grade F defense, it would be as fragile as tofu in front of the grade E diamond claws. Finally, the transformation is successful. Wu Ming let out a long sigh. The ghost cat raised its head and looked at him in the eye. Its body gradually became transparent until it could no longer be seen. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant blinked and realized that the ghost cat had disappeared. Its eyes were filled with shock and confusion. It then raised its head and looked at Wu Ming. This is the talent of invisibility. Wu Ming moved closer to Little Tyrant and whispered in its ear. Because of the soundproofing of the tent, no one else could hear him. Of course, Little Tyrant didn't understand what invisibility was. It just stood there with its eyes wide open, as if it was stuck in a difficult problem. The ghost cat had advanced to the grade E pet. Although it was only at the beginner stage, with its many talents, it could crush any grade F pet. Among the grade E pets, the ghost cat could be considered an expert. Wu Ming ate a piece of biscuit, looking satisfied. Chapter 64. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully training his first-class E-Pet. The host is one step closer to unlocking the middle rank store. The reward is the special talent, early warning. The system beeped. Then, he noticed that his hands were burning hot. There was a light blue aura flowing out from his hands, which converged into a blue capsule in the air. Ding! This is the early warning capsule. After taking it, the host will gain the talent, early warning. The host will be able to keenly perceive nearby sources of danger. Additional, the perceived danger will only be limited to the host. The system beeped. Its meaning was clear. After gaining the talent, early warning, Wu Ming could sense any danger to himself, but only to himself. He could not sense danger to others. For example, if someone wanted to assassinate Huang Samba, Wu Ming could not sense it. He could only sense it when the danger was directed at him. Wu Ming held the blue capsule with a strange expression. It was not that he did not trust the system. It was just that the blue capsule looked similar to something else. How embarrassing. Still, Wu Ming ate it. As the blue capsule went down his stomach, he felt burning hot all over, as if he had been soaked in boiling water. He almost cried out in pain. He was sweating profusely. A few seconds later, Wu Ming lay on the ground and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wu Ming woke up. He smelled of sweat all over his body. He wished he could find a pool to take a shower. However, after taking the blue capsule, he found that he did not feel anything special, except that he felt more relaxed. The blue capsule won't do, Wu Ming mumbled. He took his things out of the tent and pressed the gas release button. The entire tent was released in 10 seconds. It automatically folded into a palm-sized cube that could be put into his backpack. Brother Wu, good morning. Huang Samba woke up as well. He hurried to pack up. Yin Tong's tent had been put away. She was standing in front of the cave with her arms crossed. Looking at the rosy sky, she said, "It's a sunny day today. It should go well." "Let's hope so," the middle-aged beastmaster muttered. Zhou Shandiao beside him called out, appearing to be in high spirits. The last beast tamer was a bald, burly man. His pet was a one-eyed wolf. It was as big as a tiger. "Hurry up and eat breakfast. Let's try to finish the mission before nightfall and then leave Tianyuan Canyon." Silver Eye looked at the backpack on her back and found that it was already bulging and could not hold much. Other than the tortoise snake gallbladder that Wu Ming also needed, the beastmasters present all had their own missions. They had to get the things their bosses wanted. Now that there was still a day left, it was obviously very rushed. Everyone hurriedly packed up their things, ate their breakfast, and continued on their way. As for going to the toilet and other problems, they had already been solved. The middle section of the Heavenly Abyss Canyon was lush with vegetation. Even though they were wearing combat uniforms made from ferocious beast hide, Wu Ming and his group did not dare to let down their guard. If they fell into the nest of a ferocious beast like the steel shell ant, unless they were wearing an E-grade combat uniform, there was no hope of survival. Walala! From a distance came the sound of a waterfall crashing into a pool. "We are here. The tortoise snake pool is right in front of us. The tortoise snake gallbladder we need is there. But there is a tortoise snake guarding the area. It will be difficult to harvest it." Yin Tong communicated with the others through the walkie-talkie in her helmet. "Don't worry. There are 6 of us. It will be a piece of cake to deal with the F-grade tortoise snake." The red-haired beast tamer seemed to be more confident. The tortoise snake was only an F-grade ferocious beast. However, it was born with an F-grade talent called tortoise protection. Therefore, it naturally became an F-grade ferocious beast when it reached adulthood. Even though it was only an F-grade talent, its defensive ability was at the top of the F-grade. It was not weaker than the average E-grade defensive means. Apart from the tortoise protection, which was comparable to an E-grade talent, it only had an F-grade talent called Water Arrow. Among all the F-grade ferocious beasts, this talent was the weakest. If it were not for its strong defensive ability, it might not even be able to defeat an elite F-grade pet. "Don't let down your guard." Yin Tong hurried to give him a heads up. "Yes." The red-haired beast tamer nodded. 10 minutes later, the 6 of them were crouching by a pool with a radius of 30 meters. They were looking at the cave behind the waterfall. They could see a giant tortoise with a diameter of 1 meter. It was grayish-white in color and seemed to be quite hard. That was the F-grade tortoise snake. On the wall behind the tortoise snake, there were many things that looked like lantern grass, similar to snake gallbladders. Those were the tortoise-snake gallbladders. Ying Tong observed through the binoculars and gave the results of her analysis. It was exciting. Target and prey have been found. After a rough analysis, the total number of tortoise-snake gallbladders is 30. Each of us can have 5 gallbladders. The premise is that we have to cross the unknown water and kill the F-grade tortoise snake. 5 tortoise snake gallbladders. That would be worth at least 100,000 pet coins. They had made a profit. Come up with a plan. I can't wait. The red-haired beast tamer rubbed his hands, eager to give it a try. Whose pet can swim? Or can it maintain its combat strength above 80% when it enters the water? Ying Tong asked. The bald beast tamer said, my lone wolf can. Huang Samba said, so can my mighty bear. Wu Ming patted the dog's head and said, little tyrant can go into the water, but its talent for fire will be greatly affected. The red-haired beast tamer smiled. My spirit monkey can go into the water, but its combat strength will be greatly reduced. It is more suitable for fighting in the forest. The middle-aged beast tamer said in a deep voice, my Thushan Diao will be lucky to have 50% of its combat strength left after entering the water. Ying Tong came up with a plan at once. Mighty Bear and Lone Wolf will go into the water to attract the tortoise snake's attention. The Zhuashan Diao will fly over the water with Little Tyrant and launch a sneak attack from behind. 4 F-grade pets should be able to kill the F-grade tortoise snake. As for the rest of the spirit beasts and my night viper, they will stay with us to protect us. Beast tamers would be in danger when their pets went out to fight. Therefore, at the very least, 2 pets should stay with them. In case of danger, they could buy some time until the other pets came back. That's a good plan. Wu Ming was the first to agree. I think so too. Huang Samba and Wu Ming were in the same boat. Since Wu Ming had agreed, Huang Samba would not object. The other 3 thought about it and agreed. Splash! Mighty Bear and Lone Wolf jumped into the water at the same time. They were 3 meters away from the waterfall, brazenly attracting the tortoise snake's attention. Hiss, hiss. The tortoise snake was lying in the cave behind the waterfall. It poked its head out and stared coldly at Mighty Bear and Lone Wolf with its golden eyes. It did not move. Instead, it stayed where it was. How cautious. Everyone frowned. They had to admit that the tortoise snake was very vigilant. Chapter 65. Roar! The mighty bear slapped the surface of the water with its paws, bellowing provocatively. Lone Wolf was howling as well, but the tortoise serpent remained still. Tortoise serpent was indeed a tortoise. Therefore, the mighty bear and Lone Wolf swam over. Soon, they reached the opposite shore and attacked the tortoise serpent from both sides. As a tortoise, the tortoise serpent was very cautious. It shrank its head and increased its defense to the maximum, fending off the mighty bear and Lone Wolf's attacks with ease. Suppress it. Little Tyrant and Zhuashan Diao, go and collect the tortoise serpent's gallbladders. Silver Eye took the opportunity to issue a new order. Whoosh! Zhuashan Diao flew out. In less than a second, it had crossed the pool and entered the cave from the side of the waterfall. It put down Little Tyrant. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant jumped up and put the 30 tortoise serpent's gallbladders into a wooden box. It closed the box and was picked up by Zhuashan Diao to fly back to the others. The tortoise serpent's gallbladders were in their hands. That went well. Not even Wu Ming expected this. But then again, it made sense. The tortoise serpent's defense was strong, but it was facing 6 pets of the same rank. It could do nothing but defend itself. If the tortoise serpent's gallbladders were an F-rank pet, it would not have been so easy to get them. Big Bear, come back. Big Eagle, come back. Huang Samba and a middle-aged beast tamer hurried to call it. The 6 of them divided up the gallbladders and continued on their way. Along the way, Wu Ming wanted to find a place to concoct the E-rank food. But the red-haired beast tamer, Silver Eye, and the others wanted to go deeper. They had other tasks. Brother Wu, are you thirsty? Huang Samba asked. No. Wu Ming shook his head. Right then, Silver Eye pointed to a bird's nest on the edge of the cliff and stopped abruptly. Wu Ming happened to bump into her. The 2 of them quickly distanced themselves. Sorry. Wu Ming was embarrassed. I stopped too quickly. Intung's expression changed slightly. She pointed to the nest on the cliff and said, "That's the nest of the dragon swallow. There will be the dragon swallow mushroom we need near the nest. It's a very precious medicinal material, worth 10,000 yuan per gram. Long Yin is only an F-grade ferocious beast, but we can't beat it on the cliff." The red-haired beast tamer shrugged. Intong looked at him. "Your spirit beast is good at climbing, and you have the help of this mountain eagle. The Dark Knight Viper can also help. 3 against 1, and it's just picking the dragon swallow mushroom. It's not a big problem." All right. The group quickly reached a consensus. This time, it was Little Tyrant, Mighty Bear, and Lone Wolf's turn to stay on the ground to protect the 6 beast tamers. The other 3 pets quickly set off. The mountain eagle flew, while the night venomous snake and the spirit monkey climbed. On the ground, Wu Ming looked around. Ever since he ate the blue capsule and obtained the early warning talent, he had never discovered any danger. He thought that he had made a mistake. Maybe there's no danger at all, Wu Ming muttered. On the cliff that was more than 100 meters high, the 3 pets soon arrived at the Long Yin's nest, only to find that the Long Yin was not there. Instead, there were some small golden mushrooms growing around the nest. The spirit monkey held the bag in one hand and kept picking with the other. Soon, it finished picking all the dragon swallow mushrooms and went back to the ground. That went well. Intong was surprised. In the next few hours, the team of beast tamers was still moving forward. Finally, they arrived at the second half of the Deep Heaven Valley. There was a large forest ahead of them. It was very dangerous. "How about we call it a day? We have almost finished our mission." Intong wanted to leave. They had basically picked all the herbs they needed in the super affordable store. It was not against the rules to go back at this time. After all, the herbs that the other beast tamers picked later would belong to them. "No, I still need the jade dragon incense." The middle-aged beast tamer shook his head and pointed to the dense forest. "You must go to the center of the forest and help me get the jade dragon incense." Seeing that no one else was moving, the middle-aged beast tamer said in a hurry, "After we get the jade dragon incense, we will share it equally. You won't lose anything." The bald man pointed to the forest and said with a serious face, "There is a horrifying red dragon, a senior E-level beast. Who dares to go there?" The silver-eyed beast tamer and the red-haired beast tamer both nodded. The most famous beast in the Deep Heaven Valley was the E-level red dragon. It was a winged dragon that was more than 10 meters tall and covered in red scales. It could breathe fire and fly. Its claws were sharp. It had E-level defense and E-level flames. It also had several F-level talents. Among all the E-level beasts, the red dragon was one of the best. The 6 pets had to protect the beast tamers and fight at the same time. They were no match for the red dragon. Not even Wu Ming wanted to go in. Of course, if the ghost cat could be deployed with an E-level speed, it would be able to fight the red dragon alone. 1 gram of jade dragon incense costs 800,000. Are you sure you don't want it? The middle-aged beast tamer was anxious. "Let's work together. We will run as soon as we steal the jade dragon incense. It's just past noon. The red dragon must have just eaten and is taking a nap. This is our best chance." Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. 800,000 for 1 gram. That was expensive. What is the jade dragon incense used for? Why is it so expensive? Wu Ming asked curiously. The jade dragon incense is the saliva of the red dragon. It falls on a stalactite in the center of the forest and forms a special medicine. It can promote the evolution of pets. It is said that some evolutionary food can improve all the talents of pets by 1 level. The jade dragon incense is one of the raw materials needed, Yin Tong explained. But the jade dragon incense is protected by the red dragon. There is no way we can steal it. That's tricky. Wu Ming's eyes flickered. He looked at a spot on the ground. The invisible ghost cat was lying there lazily. The ghost cat could steal the jade dragon incense, but he couldn't tell them this method. "None of you are willing to help." The middle-aged beast tamer frowned as if he was thinking. In the end, he took out a photo. "This is the gray stone. Our Chamber of Commerce has 100 grams. If you can help, I can persuade the Chamber of Commerce to sell you 1/3 of it." Gray stone. All the rest of the people were shocked. Even Wu Ming's eyes widened, and he was interested. Wu Ming had learned about the gray stone when he was looking for information. The gray stone came from outer space and had magical powers. If it was made into a collar and worn on a pet, it could accelerate their evolution and make them full of energy every day. Besides, there was a chance that a new talent could be born. The price of 1 gram of gray stone was more than 100,000 pet coins. There was a price, but no supply. It was hard to find. If that is the case, I think we can do it again. Yin Tong was tempted. She was not the only one. Huang Samba, the red-haired beast tamer, the bald beast tamer, and Wu Ming all had the same idea. Chapter 66. Since we have gray origin stones, we can help you this time. The red-haired beast tamer said, but after this is done, your company must promise to sell us at least 3 grams of gray origin stones. That's right, at least 3 grams. The bald beast tamer nodded. What about the others? The middle-aged beast tamer looked around. No problem. The others nodded. Just like that, everyone agreed to work together to steal the jade dragon incense. As for robbing, that would be courting death. Let's rest for 30 minutes and then go in, Yin Tong said. Hearing this, Wu Ming was happy. He finally found a chance to mix level E rapid food. As long as he could add another level E talent to the ghost cat, its combat ability would skyrocket. By then, even if they were to face the red dragon head-on, they might not be able to kill it, but they would be able to escape easily and not fall into a passive situation. In a dense forest, the 6 of them set up a tent. Although it was only a short rest, lying in the tent was more comfortable. They could quickly enter a state of rest and replenish their energy. Wu Ming sat in the tent. He placed all kinds of raw materials on the ground, carefully weighed, chopped, and ground them. Then, he put all of them into the reactor. I hope there won't be any problems. Wu Ming held the reaction cauldron and deducted 15 evolution points. The materials began to melt and react with each other, turning into a golden color. Soon, they turned into a pale, golden liquid. Then, they gradually hardened and turned into 100 golden evolution food. Success! Wu Ming took a deep breath and poured the materials in the reactor into the dog bowl for the invisible ghost cat to eat. Little Tyrant watched eagerly. It really wanted to eat, but Wu Ming's stare made it feel wronged. It lay on the ground and watched quietly. After eating the level E rapid food, the ghost cat finally reacted. Its body became perfectly streamlined. All 4 of its feet turned silver white. When it walked, it could be wrapped in a gust of wind, forming a special shield that could block many attacks. The ghost cat had 2 level E talents. It went from a beginner level E pet to an experienced one. I finally advanced again. Wu Ming put away everything and sat down. He looked at the time and realized that there were still 15 minutes before the attack on the forest would begin. He quickly took a nap. The ghost cat remained invisible. More human-like colors appeared in its eyes. It was like a heroic hunter, lurking in the dark all the time, waiting for Wu Ming's orders. Everyone, we've combined. 15 minutes later, Yin Tong's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Everyone packed up within a minute and stood in front of the lush forest, looking at the primeval forest that was more than 10 kilometers in length and width. It's very dangerous inside. There are many F-class dire beasts. Don't let your guard down. As for the most dangerous red dragon, it's guarding the cave in the middle of the forest. After we enter, there's only one way out. Remember that. Yin Tong took out a map and reminded them. Understood. Everyone nodded. Although the primeval forest was not very big, it had all the essentials. There were moss, ferns, dense bushes, and countless animals all over the place. Less than 300 meters into the forest, they encountered an F-class dire beast, a giant snake. However, when the dire beast sensed the presence of 6 F-class dire beasts, it turned around and ran away. It did not have the courage to confront Wu Ming and the others. The journey forward was smooth. The 6 F-class dire beasts were no worse than 1 E-class dire beast. Everywhere they went, many dire beasts retreated. Half an hour later, Wu Ming and the others arrived at the center of the primeval forest. There were more than a dozen red fir trees that were dozens of meters tall. The thickest part of the tree trunk had a diameter of more than 3 meters. In the middle of the trees, there was a small hill protruding from the ground. It was like a tomb. The hill was 30 meters tall, and the base had a diameter of 50 meters. Many trees were growing on and around the hill. The trees were verdant and lush, but no living creatures could get close to the hill, because to the south of the hill there was a cave that led to the underground. The red dragon, a horrifying E-class dire beast, lived there. The red dragon's lair is in there, and so is the jade dragon incense. The cave is about 100 meters deep, and it is dark inside. We have to make sure that the red dragon is resting before we can go in. Intong took out a hand-drawn map. The map was drawn by an expedition team in the past. At least a dozen excellent explorers have been sacrificed in order to obtain the map of the cave. How can you be sure that the red dragon is resting? The bald beast tamer asked. My pet, the night viper, is small in size. Let it go in and check the situation first. The red dragon doesn't have a keen sense of smell. Unless we make a big noise, we won't be discovered. Intong released the night viper. Whoosh! Like a flash of black lightning, the night viper dashed into the cave. Relying on the connection between her and the night viper, Intong closed her eyes at once. As if telepathy, she quickly gained the night viper's vision. In the darkness, the night viper was crawling at a high speed. It was soundless like a ghost. It was spooky. The night viper had good eyesight. It could see clearly even in the dark. Intong's vision was connected to the night viper's vision. Soon, she saw the inside of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, a huge pterosaur was lying there. It was crimson all over and was emitting a faint glow that lit up the surroundings. The red dragon's huge eyes were closed. It seemed that the red dragon was resting and did not notice the night viper's arrival. The red dragon's chin was resting on a stalactite. Its saliva was dripping down from the corners of its mouth and seeping into the surface of the stalactite. The saliva and saliva combined to form a thin layer of jade dragon incense. We found a jade dragon incense. The red dragon is indeed sleeping, but it is using the stalactite as a pillow. Once we scrape the jade dragon incense away from the stalactite, the red dragon will be alerted. The success rate is close to 0. Intong told him the information she had seen. Can we have a night viper shake off a mouthful of the jade dragon incense and run away immediately? The middle-aged beast tamer asked. No, at such a short distance. The night viper will definitely be burned to death by the red dragon's flames or be slapped to death. We can't take the risk. Intong immediately objected. How about this? We will make some noise outside and lure the red dragon out. When it is halfway, the night viper will quickly collect the jade dragon incense, Wu Ming suggested. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was a good idea. The red dragon's sense of smell was not sensitive. They would hide in advance and wait for the red dragon to come out. The night viper would then sneak in. This way, the success rate would be higher. Roar! However, at this moment, a deafening roar came from the sky. At the next moment, a black pterosaur with a wingspan of several tens of meters descended from the sky and landed in front of the cave, causing the ground to tremble violently. Inside the cave, the red dragon suddenly opened its eyes and opened its mouth, letting out an angry roar. It immediately ran outside and quickly came to the entrance of the cave. One black and one red, 2 E-level dire beasts were eyeing the cave covetously. Chapter 67. Looking at the 2 dragons standing opposite each other on the ground, everyone was stunned. There is an E-level beast. This looks like a black dragon. Why haven't there been any records of it before? The black dragon and the red dragon are fighting. What should we do? Run. Wu Ming and the others retreated quickly. Those were 2 E-level beasts. They were no match for them. Even with the help of the 6 F-level battle pets and the ghost cat, they might not be able to win. What bad luck. The middle-aged beast tamer sighed. The jade dragon incense that was so close to being in his hands was disturbed by this black dragon. How unlucky. Roar. The red dragon was the first to get angry. It opened its mouth and breathed out a flame that was dozens of meters long. It could even melt steel. The black dragon let out a mocking sound. It spat out a black and gray, icy liquid from its mouth. It could actually freeze everything around it. Wherever it passed, even the red dragon's flames were extinguished. Wu Ming had run more than 100 meters away. He crouched behind a huge tree and took a deep breath. He secretly poked his head out and used his eye of insight to check the information of the black dragon and the red dragon. Type: red dragon. Rank: E-level senior. Talents: E-level fire, E-level defense, F-level rage, F-level sharp claws, F-level speed, 33 meters per second. That was the information of the red dragon. Type: black dragon. Rank: E-level senior. Talents: E-level ice, E-level defense, F-level rage, F-level sharp claws, F-level speed, 34 meters per second. That was the information of the black dragon. Wu Ming noticed that the information of the two dragons was basically the same. Of course, apart from the fact that one was red and the other was black, one had an E-level fire talent and the other had an E-level ice talent. They were evenly matched. Could they be twins? Wu Ming thought to himself. The two dragons only had one talent that was different. The rest were the same. They really were twins. Boom! In the open space outside the small hill, the two dragons were colliding. Their sharp claws kept scratching each other's bodies, making clanging sounds. The surrounding soil and trees were swept by the steel whip-like tail and crumbled on the spot like fragile tofu. How terrifying! These two E-class dire beasts together can definitely challenge a D-class dire beast. They really can't be provoked. The red-haired beast tamer and the bald beast tamer both swallowed their saliva. What should we do? Our jade dragon incense is gone. The middle-aged beastmaster was very depressed. He kept scratching his head, feeling like he was being targeted. This black dragon was really something. Why did it have to appear at this time, causing him to miss out on the jade dragon incense? Don't worry. My night viper hasn't returned yet. There's still a chance, Silver Eye said in a low voice. Everyone looked at her with surprise in their eyes. That's right. The Dark Night Viper was still in the cave. This was an opportunity. Roar. At this time, the red dragon was pressed to the ground by the black dragon. Then, a scene that made Yintong blush with shame and made Wu Ming stunned appeared. They saw the black dragon pressing on the red dragon's body and starting the most primitive action, preparing to have children. So they're not twins, but two completely unrelated giant dragons. It seems like the black dragon wants to form a family with the red dragon and give birth to a baby dragon. Say, in a few months, when we come over, can we take a dragon egg with us? Huang Samba chuckled. You're still joking at this time. Yintong spat. At this time, the black dragon and the red dragon were still working hard and did not have the time to care about other things. This made Wu Ming see an opportunity. Little tyrant, you go into the cave too. Take the opportunity to get the jade dragon incense. Wu Ming immediately ordered. Spiritual beast, you're small in size. You go too, the red-haired beast tamer also said. Whoosh! The little tyrant and the spirit monkey sprinted while sticking close to the ground. They silently entered the cave from behind the red dragon and black dragon that had forgotten their love. They found the dark night venomous snake and scraped off the layer of rock on the surface of the stalactite that had been modified by the red dragon's saliva. This was the jade dragon incense. There was only a thin layer. The three pets were fast. After they scraped off the rock, they put it in a wooden box. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. Then, they returned smoothly. We got it. Run. Yintong got about a few hundred grams of jade dragon incense. She quickly took the night viper and called out to Wu Ming and the others. They ran out of the primitive forest as fast as they could. The black dragon and the red dragon were still working. The whole process lasted for 2 hours. When the black dragon flew away, panting, the red dragon lay on the ground as if it was tired. It took a long time before it returned to the cave. Roar! A furious roar was heard, shaking the sky and the earth. More than 10 kilometers away, Wu Ming turned around and looked at the middle of the primitive forest. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they ran fast, and the black dragon had good endurance. Otherwise, if the red dragon had found them too early, they would not have been able to escape. Let's go. Let's go back to the parking spot at full speed. The middle-aged beast tamer was the fastest. He ran in the front, while Shandiao followed beside him. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming and the others were very tired. However, at this time, they had climbed to the cliff of Tianyuan Canyon. Looking back at the magnificent scenery below and enjoying the cool evening breeze, they felt very comfortable. It's finally done. Next, show me the jade dragon incense. The red-haired beast tamer extended his hand to Yintong. Yintong thought for a while and opened the wooden box. Everyone looked at the small pile of colorful gravel in the box. They could smell a strong fragrance. It really is jade dragon incense. The red-haired beast tamer, the middle-aged beast tamer, and the bald beast tamer were all excited. This thing cost 800,000 yuan per gram. There were at least a few hundred grams of jade dragon incense in the box. After conversion, that was hundreds of millions. Is this thing really that expensive? Wu Ming frowned. He felt that the thing in the wooden box was very heavy. Let's take out the electronic balance now and divide the jade dragon incense, the middle-aged beast tamer suggested. Okay. Yintong nodded. Just like that, they sat on the edge of the cliff and took out measuring tools. They found that the jade dragon incense they had obtained this time was 360 grams. On average, it was 60 grams for each of them. Does this mean that the jade dragon incense I have is worth 48 million yuan? Huang Samba was shocked after a quick calculation. Of course, the red-haired beast tamer grinned. When we go back, I will hand in part of the jade dragon incense. I will make at least 30 million yuan, enough for me to train a pet of the E or D rank. Yes, when we go back, the 6 of us will have a bright future. The bald beast tamer put on a creepy smile. In the next second, Wu Ming felt his blood was freezing. His talent, warning, was working. Oh no, danger! Wu Ming shouted. Bang! All of a sudden, a bomb exploded nearby. A terrifying shock wave swept out. Wu Ming was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. His whole body flew out, and he was about to fall off the cliff. Chapter 68. Danger! Wu Ming warned again. He looked at the ground and realized he was already in midair. Flying at such an angle and speed, he would definitely fall off the cliff. Even if he was wearing a combat suit that could resist cuts, he would still fall to his death. The red-haired beast tamer cursed angrily after being blasted into the air. F***, he actually betrayed us. Screech. The middle-aged beast tamers as well as Shanjiao cried out in midair. Save me. The red-haired beast tamer hurriedly shouted. Pucci. As what Shanjiao flew over. With a flash of its sharp claws, it cut the red-haired beast tamer in half, killing him instantly. Roar. The spirit monkey jumped over and grabbed the red-haired beast tamer. Its big eyes were filled with despair and sorrow. The two fell off the cliff together. In midair on the other side, Wu Ming and Yintong were very close to each other. The two subconsciously reached out and held each other tightly. They fell helplessly to the ground. Further away, Huang Samba fell into the warm and broad arms of the mighty bear. The two fell off the cliff as well. No one knew if they were dead or alive. On the cliff, the bald beast tamer and the middle-aged beast tamer looked at each other. Looking at the jade dragon incense that was still at the edge of the cliff, they laughed sinisterly. Happy working with you. The two laughed maniacally. The middle-aged beast tamer looked down the cliff and said, Do you think they're still alive after falling off the cliff? Even if they're alive, they'll be crippled. Let's go down and finish them off, the bald beast tamer said with a smile. The middle-aged beast tamer nodded. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. A huge wolf claw had pierced through his chest. The middle-aged beast tamer spat out blood and fell off the cliff as well. Screech. The Zhua Shandiao in midair saw its master being killed. It immediately swooped down, ready to tear the bald beast tamer into pieces. However, it was pushed to the ground by the agile lone wolf. After a brief struggle, the Zhua Shandiao's neck was bitten off by the lone wolf. It lost its life very quickly. It'll be night soon. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for someone who fell off the cliff to still be alive. The bald beast tamer sneered. He put away all of the jade dragon incense and took out a portion of it. He mixed it into a spray and sprinkled it down, forming an area overflowing with fragrance that attracted a large number of vicious beasts. This way, they won't be able to survive. The bald beast tamer smiled proudly. In his opinion, Wu Ming, Yin Tong, and Huang Samba must have fallen to their deaths. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would have been devoured by the ferocious beasts attracted by the jade dragon fragrance spray. He packed up everything and went to the parking spot, ready to leave. However, for some reason, the bald beastmaster felt that his surroundings were a little strange, as if someone was hiding in the shadows. "Who is it?" the bald beast tamer said in a deep voice. Plop! Lone Wolf suddenly slumped to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Clearly, he had been poisoned. "My Lone Wolf." The bald beast tamer was shocked. That was an experienced F-rank pet. How could it be poisoned to death? What kind of poison was this? How could it be so horrifying? Squeak! There came the sound of high heels crushing fallen leaves. The bald beast tamer looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a tall and charming woman with green hair walking over in a catwalk. What a powerful method to be able to cause the deaths of 5 people. The green-haired woman extended her hand. A poisonous snake as thick as a thumb appeared in her palm. It was sticking out its tongue and approaching the bald beast tamer step by step. "No!" The bald beast tamer hurried to run away. However, the poisonous snake in the green-haired woman's palm suddenly flicked its tail. It extended infinitely, wrapped around his neck, and bit him. He collapsed to the ground, feeling dizzy. "Now, tell me what happened." The green-haired woman stepped on the bald beast tamer's chest and demanded coldly. 10 minutes later, the green-haired woman took out a knife and finished off the bald beast tamer. She took all of the jade dragon incense, changed into a combat suit, put on a helmet, and looked at the heavenly abyss canyon. Wu Ming, Yin Tong, and Huang Samba should still be alive. She murmured. That was her instinct as a woman. The next moment, she walked into the canyon. Using the F-grade pet rubber viper in her hand as a rope, she kept climbing down. In a daze, Wu Ming coughed. He opened his eyes and saw himself lying in a warm embrace. It was Yin Tong, who was looking at him with blurred eyes. "We're not dead." Wu Ming was surprised. "They fell from a height of hundreds of meters and were fine. There was a parachute and an air cushion on the back of my combat suit. They saved our lives at the critical moment," Yin Tong said weakly. Hearing that, Wu Ming understood. He looked around and saw that he and Yin Tong were tied together. The 3 pets, Night Viper, Ghost Cat, and Little Tyrant, were guarding around them. On the ground, there was an air cushion that was 1 meter tall and 5 meters in length and width. When he looked up, he could still see a damaged parachute. It was these 2 things that saved him and Yin Tong's lives. Cough, cough, cough. "How much longer are you going to lie on me? Get off," Yin Tong said weakly. "Okay, I'll get off you right away." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ming realized that there was something wrong with his words. Then, he saw that Yin Tong's face was red, as if she was shy. "Let's take a look around first." Wu Ming got up from Yin Tong's body and looked around. There were many dead beasts and wild beasts lying around. Little Tyrant and the others must have taken care of them. Wu Ming rubbed his chest. Since he was fine, he hurried over to the beasts and wild beasts and secretly converted them, earning him 15 evolution points. "What are you doing?" Yin Tong cut off the rope of the parachute and looked at Wu Ming's strange behavior. She was very curious and asked casually. "I'm checking to see if the beasts are dead," Wu Ming said casually. He looked around and realized that it was getting late. Besides, Huang Samba was not around. "I wonder if he's all right." Wu Ming clenched his fists. He looked at the edge of the cliff. His eyes were like 2 swords filled with anger. Those 2 had planned this a long time ago. They used us to get the jade dragon incense and killed us as soon as we've outlived our usefulness. How sinister. Wu Ming gritted his teeth. Those 2 probably thought that we were dead, but they would never expect that I brought a parachute and an air cushion. Yin Tong was ready to go. With the double protection, She and Wu Ming were fine. I wonder how Huang Samba is doing. Unfortunately, the walkie-talkie was hung outside the combat uniform when we were on the cliff. It was destroyed by the shockwave. Wu Ming was depressed. If the walkie-talkie was still there, he could at least try to contact Huang Samba. Isn't a dog's nose very sensitive? Let little tyrant take us there. Maybe we can find traces of Huang Samba. Yin Tong suggested. Wu Ming immediately looked at little tyrant. Can you smell Huang Samba's scent? Woof, woof, woof. Little tyrant ran in circles and barked a few times. It seemed very excited. Let's go. Take us to him, Wu Ming ordered. Little tyrant ran out immediately. Wu Ming and Yin Tong looked at each other and quickly followed. At the bottom of a cliff, the green-haired woman slowly landed on the ground. She looked at the eerie Heaven Abyss Canyon and licked her sexy red lips. She spoke in a cold and evil voice. The hunt begins. Chapter 69. Wu Ming and Yin Tong had no idea of the danger behind them. Under Little Tyrant's guidance, the two of them kept moving forward. Finally, the two of them arrived in front of the cave. There were many bloodstains on the road, which made Wu Ming and Yin Tong's expressions change slightly. They gradually became serious, and the image of Huang Samba, covered in wounds from the fall, appeared in their minds. Nothing must happen to him, Wu Ming whispered. Roar! Before Wu Ming and Yin Tong could enter the cave, a huge brown bear rushed out and met Little Tyrant on the spot, its eyes shining with excitement. Big Bear. Wu Ming looked at the mighty bear, his eyes filled with joy. Brother Wu. Huang Samba's voice came from the cave. Soon, a young man with dyed yellow hair walked out of the cave, supporting himself against the wall, and stood under the bright moonlight. It was Huang Samba. He was not dead. Although he was injured, his clothes were full of bloodstains, and one of his arms was hanging limply. He could still move, but there was a lot of blood that was about to dry up. You're okay? That's great. Wu Ming took a deep breath, then relaxed and stood quietly where he was. Huang Samba swallowed hard and said, I almost died. But Brother Wu and Yin Tong, how did you survive? Wu Ming and Yin Tong looked at each other, then told him about the parachute and air cushion. With the parachute cushioning and the air cushion, both of them were wearing combat uniforms, so they were fine, and there were not even scratches on their bodies. However, Wu Ming still remembered the erotic scene of him lying on Yin Tong's body. I see. Fortunately, Yin Tong brought a parachute. Otherwise, I might not have been able to see you. Huang Samba let out a long breath, took some crushed medicine from Mighty Bear, and applied it on his injured arm. How did you survive? Silver Eye asked. Huang Samba glanced at Mighty Bear with a grateful expression and explained, the credit is mainly due to Big Bear. When the two of us fell, we were close to the cliff. There were a lot of trees nearby. Big Bear used his sharp claws to grab the cliff and the trees that extended out to cushion the fall. In this way, we didn't fall too fast. When we reached the bottom of the cliff, there were some trees and rivers, so we saved our lives. At this point, he glanced at his arm. However, the falling process was still quite dangerous. My arm was cut by some gravel, and there was a crocodile beast in the river. With a roll of death, my arm was almost cut off. Hearing that the process was so dangerous, Wu Ming couldn't help but worry. But now, the three of them had at least kept their lives. Those two people should have already left with the Jade Dragon incense. We need to quickly pack up and return to the city. It would be best if we can intercept them before they enter the city. Wu Ming explained his plan. They're dead. Right then, a cold voice came from not far away. The three of them looked towards the source of the voice and saw a tall and slender woman walking over. Although she was wearing a combat suit and a helmet, they could still see her devilish face and her shoulder-length green hair. It's you. Wu Ming didn't sense any danger, but he still felt he had to be on guard against her. Do you know each other? Silver Eye and Huang Samba both looked at Wu Ming. She came to the pet store and wanted to order evolution food from me. Wu Ming nodded and looked at the green-haired woman. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm an F-level assassin from the Spirit Demon Assassins Guild, codename 007, LV Luo. The green-haired woman didn't hide her identity. It's you. Wu Ming pulled a long face. Both the man in leather who tried to assassinate him and Hong Ying, codename 013, were assassins from the Spirit Demon Guild. They were genuine F-level beast tamers. And now, there was another LV Luo with the codename 007. However, LV Luo had announced her identity. That was strange. Brother Wu, what's the Spirit Demon Assassins Guild? Huang Samba didn't know about this. It's the Chain Assassins Guild. There's a branch outside our Garan castle. It's said that the president of the branch is a peak E-level beast tamer. He once assassinated a rich man and a D-level beast tamer, Silver Eye explained in a low voice, as if she was afraid. You're well informed. You're indeed a genius beast tamer in the super affordable mall. But this time, I'm not here to kill. LV Luo took off her helmet. Her shoulder-length hair fluttered in the wind, but there was no smell. She was an excellent assassin. She didn't make any sound when she walked. There was no special smell on her. And she was bold. Then why are you here? Wu Ming frowned. The ghost cat had already appeared nearby. It was invisible and could slash LV Luo with its claws at any time. The president of the Garan Castle branch of the Spirit Demon Assassins Guild is my half-brother. He gave an order to find out your identity and assassinate you. LV Luo crossed her arms. There was a poisonous snake entrenched in her arms. She looked at Wu Ming and the others quietly. You're an assassin from the Spirit Demon Guild. Why are you telling us this? Huang Samba scratched his head, even more confused. Wu Ming and Silver Eye were also confused. LV Luo's actions were basically standing on the opposite side of the Spirit Demon Assassins Guild. She would be executed by the branch president. More importantly, LV Luo and the branch president were half-siblings. Wait, half-siblings? Wu Ming's eyes widened as he thought of something. I'm here this time to talk about a collaboration. LV Luo's face did not smile. She was always cold, like a poisonous snake. Collaboration? I want to compete with my brother for the position of the branch president and take revenge. It's best if I can kill him. LV Luo stated her purpose. Hearing this, Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. It seemed that his guess was right. LV Luo and the branch president of the Spirit Demon Assassins Guild were half-siblings. This was very intriguing. Now that LV Luo had risked her life to come here and announce this secret information, it seemed that she really had a grudge against the branch president. And then, what do you want? Wu Ming asked. I've investigated you. LV Luo lit a cigarette and smoked gently. Then, she raised her head and blew out a ring of smoke that was gradually fading under the bright moonlight. Wu Ming, genius F-level tamer. At the same time, you're also an unregistered F-level beast tamer. Your file is classified as top secret. It seems that the person in Jialan City who can concoct superior quality, evolutionary food is you. My F-level pet, the rubber viper, needs to evolve in the best direction. Of course, superior quality, evolutionary food is necessary. I need you to concoct the F-level defensive food that has already been sold on the market. Of course, I think your strength is much more than that. You must have better evolutionary food. I will buy it from you until my pet reaches the limit of the F level and meets the requirements to advance to the E level. In the end, I need to create a pet that is strong enough to help me assassinate the branch president and help me get to the top. LV Luo flicked the cigarette ash and turned around to look at Wu Ming. Chapter 70. Under the moonlight. LV Luo and Wu Ming looked at each other from a distance. From her eyes, Wu Ming saw coldness and indifference. After a long moment of contemplation, Wu Ming nodded in the end. Sure, his alarm didn't detect any danger, which meant that LV Luo wasn't going to do anything to him. She was sincere enough to take the risk to meet him. Wu Ming was willing to believe in her. As for the grudge between LV Luo and the branch president of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild, Wu Ming didn't want to get involved. He just wanted to be a pet trainer in peace, to create magical food for evolution, to create powerful pets, and to live a peaceful life. As a gift, I will give you half of this. LV Luo took out a bottle and opened the cap. A rich aroma spread out. It was mouth-watering. Jade dragon incense. Wu Ming and the other two were shocked. It turned out that this thing was in LV Luo's hands. It seemed that what she said before was true. The bald and middle-aged beast tamer had been killed. 360 grams of jade dragon incense. Those two squandered 10 grams. I will take 300 grams of the remaining 350 grams. You can have the remaining 250 grams. LV Luo smiled coldly. With that said, she closed the cap and threw the bottle on the ground. She put on her helmet again and disappeared into the dense forest. Little Tyrant picked up the bottle and wagged its tail in front of Wu Ming, as if it was asking for credit. Wu Ming took the bottle of jade dragon incense and found that more than half of it was gone. It seemed that there were only 250 grams left. Who are you calling 250? Wu Ming put away the bottle and looked in the direction that LV Luo left and complained. It's about time. We should go back. Wu Ming said to the other two and was ready to go back. When Redhead died, his backpack seemed to have fallen off the cliff as well. The herbs in it are worth more than $1 million. Let's look for them, Yin Tong suggested. Okay. Wu Ming felt that there was no problem. Relying on Little Tyrant's sense of smell, they searched along the way. After fighting off more than 10 waves of beasts, they arrived at the bottom of a cliff. Creak, creak. The spirit monkey was sprawled in front of a crushed corpse. Its big eyes were filled with despair and sadness. There were many corpses of wild beasts around it. They were all destroyed by its super alloy steel dagger. Creak, creak. The spirit monkey walked over and grabbed the corner of Wu Ming's shirt. It pointed at the red-haired corpse with teary eyes. After all, he was once a teammate. Let's collect his corpse. Wu Ming could tell that the spirit monkey was pleading. He looked at Huang Samba. Big Bear, dig a hole. The mighty bear immediately dug a hole several meters deep. The group buried the red-haired man's corpse inside and erected a nameless tombstone. Looking at the tombstone, the spirit monkey was in tears. It squatted by the tombstone, holding the super alloy steel dagger in its mouth, and fell asleep quietly with a nameless tombstone in its arms. Sometimes, humans are more affectionate than pets. Wu Ming sighed in a low voice. Those two were killed by LV Luo. You can say that she avenged Redhead. We have found his backpack. When we go back, let's give it to the mighty Chamber of Commerce that Redhead belongs to. Yin Tong suggested. They decided not to take the backpack that was worth 1 million beast coins. Sure, Wu Ming didn't object. They had obtained the most precious jade dragon incense. There were only 250 grams left, but that was still worth 200 million. They didn't care about the materials that were worth 1 million. Besides, taking the backpack would be a psychological burden. The red-haired man's mouth wasn't clean, but as a teammate, he was reliable. He had been serious about his work. It was a pity that he was killed. They carried their backpacks and went to the edge of the cliff. They climbed up the slope of a small valley and finally arrived at the top of the cliff. They saw the bodies of the middle-aged beast tamer and Zhuoshandiao. When they arrived at the parking spot on the mountain, they saw the bodies of the bald beast tamer and lone wolf. They had been tortured and tortured. They looked miserable. This is what you get for killing your teammates. Huang Samba spat at the bald man's corpse. The latter opened his eyes at once. His pupils had turned purple and were glowing as if he had been possessed. T, there's a ghost. Huang Samba stepped back in fear. Roar! The bald man's corpse stood up mechanically. He twisted his neck and opened his mouth, revealing his fangs as if he had turned into a zombie. Wu Ming used his insightful eye at once. Status: possessed. Remarks: possessed by a rank F smoke enchanted beast and turned into a rank F zombie. Possesses a rank F talent. Fangs and a rank F defense. This is a zombie possessed by a smoke enchanted beast. Get out of the way, Wu Ming reminded hurriedly. Big Bear, slap it to death. Huang Samba jumped behind the Herculean bear in fright and hurriedly gave the order. Roar! The mighty bear pounced forward and slapped with 10 tons of force. Even if the bald zombie had a rank F defense, it was still cracked open. Whoosh! A ball of purple flames flew out from the cracks on the zombie's body and quickly merged with Lone Wolf's corpse in the distance. Oh, Lone Wolf's eyes glowed purple as he came back to life. The mighty bear landed a heavy blow with its paw, breaking its bones and causing it to fall to the ground. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant rushed forward. Its body expanded into a Cerberus. The three dog heads spat out blazing flames at the same time, burning the ball of purple light into ashes. Clang! A purple crystal the size of a thumb fell to the ground. Wu Ming picked it up and used his insightful eye to look at its information. Type: Pet Crystal. Potential: Rank: Note. Use 100 evolution points to hatch the pet crystal and turn it into a brand new young smoke demon beast. It has the rank E innate talent of possession puppet and rank E innate talent of charm. This is a good treasure. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. Brother Wu, what is this? Huang Samba asked. Pet crystal. It can hatch into a young smoke demon beast. It has the rank E innate talent of growth, Wu Ming explained. Since it was going to hatch in the future, it was fine to say it now. It was just that no one knew that he was using evolution points to hatch it. Wu Ming pretended to check on the bald Beastmaster and Lone Wolf's corpses. But in reality, he secretly converted 35 evolution points. He took his equipment and removed the bushes covering the car to find his own car. Destroy the other cars. Wu Ming checked and did not find any treasures. He let the mighty bear push the other 4 cars down the cliff and into Heaven Abyss Canyon. In the end, the group got into the car and left. Finally, we can go back to the city. Wu Ming sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the bright moon outside the window. He heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and saw Yin Tong, who had taken off her combat uniform and was only wearing a pair of tight-fitting denim shorts. He noticed that her beautiful legs were very white under the moonlight, to the point that they were dazzling. What are you looking at? Yin Tong asked suddenly. I'm looking at your legs. I have to say, your legs are even whiter than Su Qianqian's. Wu Ming said without thinking. Then, he looked into Yin Tong's murderous eyes and quickly shut his mouth. Chapter 71. You old pervert. Yin Tong spat and stepped on the accelerator. The modified car spurted out a beautiful tail flame as it sped toward the Garan castle in the distance. There were no obstacles on the way. The car finally stopped in front of the pet store at midnight. Through the glass door, Wu Ming saw someone lying on the counter. He took a closer look and realized that it was Wan Siyu. She didn't go back to the apartment. She had been waiting at the pet store. Wu Ming was touched. He tiptoed out of the car, opened the door quietly, and walked into the lobby. Only then did Wu Ming notice that Zuma May had fallen asleep on the couch. Huang Samba and the mighty bear saw the pickup truck outside. They knew that Zuma May was there as well. So, they tiptoed into the pet store. Catch the thief. Right then, they heard a shrill female voice outside the pet store. Thief! Wan Siyu and Zuma May opened their eyes in a daze. They saw Wu Ming and Huang Samba. At first, they were surprised. They were on the same side. Where did the thief come from? Wait, Brother Wu is back? The next second, Wan Siyu threw herself at Wu Ming and hugged his waist. She burst into tears. Brother Wu, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for 2 days. We thought you wouldn't come back. Wu Ming patted Wan Siyu's shoulder and held her gently. He lifted her chin with one hand and said with a smile, I'm back now, aren't I? With that said, Wu Ming turned around and looked at the cold beauty standing outside the door. He said grumpily, Zhang Oqian, who are you calling a thief? You came back in the middle of the night. Aren't you thieves? Zhang Oqian stood outside the door with her arms crossed. She was the one who shouted that there was a thief. However, now that she had bought this section of the street, there were not many people nearby. So even if she screamed until her throat was hoarse, not many people would hear her, and it would not cause a disturbance. What's wrong with you? Wu Ming felt speechless. He really wanted to press Zhang Oqian onto the sofa and spank her perky, but, where have you been these days? Why didn't you take me with you? Zhang Oqian walked into the pet store with her hands on her hips and sat down on the couch. Zuma May's eyes were still drowsy. She rubbed her forehead and said bitterly, Why are you guys arguing in the middle of the night? Hubby, you're back? When she saw Huang Samba, she quickly jumped into his arms. We made a trip to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. Wu Ming told him their destination. As for the process, he didn't say anything. Why didn't you take me with you when you went to such a dangerous place? Zhang Okyun was unhappy. Remember to take me with you next time you go on such an activity. You're too fragile. I can't afford to pay for your injuries. Wu Ming waved his hand at once to dispel Zhang Okyun's idea. Zhang Okyun crossed her legs. Because Wu Ming was standing right in front of her, Wu Ming caught a glimpse of her naked body. Red? Wu Ming blinked. What do you mean by red and black? Zhang Okyun waved her hand. The next second, her beautiful face changed color. She slapped Wu Ming's leg. Pervert! I didn't do anything. Wu Ming was even more speechless. He was standing at the right place and looking at Zhang Okyun from the right angle. Was he wrong? Rumble, someone's stomach started growling. I'm so hungry. Huang Samba rubbed his stomach. Zuma Mei quickly climbed down from his body. She rummaged in the kitchen, but found that there was nothing to eat. Let's go for supper. It's my treat, Wu Ming said, but we just came back from the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. We're a little dirty. Let's take a shower first. Supper? Okay. Zhang Okyun's red lips curled up. She continued to sit on the sofa. I want to take a shower too. Huang Samba looked around. Because Wu Ming was in the bathroom, he could only wait. Clang. Zhang Okyun threw the keys on the table and pointed to the next room. The renovation next door has just been completed. You could take a shower there. It's my treat. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Huang Samba knew that Zhang Okyun had bought all the stores nearby. Therefore, he took out some clothes from his backpack and walked over with Zuma Mei, grinning. Then, Zhang Okyun and Wan Siu heard some noises that made them blush. Hooligan! Pa! I shouldn't have lent them the bathroom. Zhang Okyun gritted her teeth in anger. Half an hour later, they walked out of the pet store. The pickup truck is big enough. The 5 of us should be fine, Zuma Mei said. See you take my car. Let Wu Ming and the others take the pickup. Zhang Okyun pulled Wan Siu and walked out. Soon, a super sports car with a price tag of 8 million appeared in the store. Zhang Okyun gave Wu Ming, who was standing on the bed of the pickup. Next time we meet, I will spank you. Wu Ming patted her butt. Zhang Okyun gnashed her teeth in anger. Boom! The 2 cars stepped on the accelerator and drove toward the snack stall that was a few kilometers away. The snack stall. It was a spacious street. Young people would gather here before nightfall to eat barbecue or spicy hot pot. Occasionally, there would be sounds that would make people blush. Boom! The arrival of the super sports car attracted the attention of hundreds of people on the street. They all looked up and saw Zhang Okyun pulling Wan Siu out of the car. The 2 of them were the best on the street, both in terms of figure and appearance. Rich ladies. Several young people's eyes lit up as they surrounded them. Hey, pretty lady, I have booked the presidential suite of Shenghua Hotel for a year. Once we are full, I will take you 2 there to have some fun. As soon as the few youths came up, they asked with ill intentions. Get lost. Zhang Okyun extended her hand, and the water spirit appeared in her palm. Using the shape-shifting talent, the water spirit turned into a 2-meter-tall, translucent giant. She lifted the young people up and threw them into the garbage. She's a beast tamer. Don't mess with her. The people around stepped back. Some people were going to strike up a conversation with her, but seeing Zhang Okyun's ferocious behavior, they gave up on that unrealistic idea. TSK, how violent! Wu Ming stood on the bed of the pickup truck. He and the mighty bear rested their hands on the roof to enjoy the breeze. They happened to see Zhang Okyun teaching those young people a lesson. Zhang Okyun had a shape-shifting water spirit protecting her. No matter how strong an average person was, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. If they wanted to do anything to her, it would take at least 2 or 3 F-level or elite-level beast tamers working together. Boss, 5 people, a bear, and a puppy. Please give us a room. There is more barbecue here. We can eat it anyway. Wu Ming patted the boss's shoulder and said with a smile. Okay. The boss glanced at Zhang Okyun and then looked at the huge mighty bear. He was so scared that he kept swallowing his saliva and nodded. Chapter 72. In a private room. Wu Ming, Wan Siyu, Zhang Okyun, Huang Samba, and Zuma Mei were seated. Mighty Bear and Little Tyrant were squatting on the floor. The boss was cooking. In less than 10 minutes, the first plate of skewers was served. It smells so good. Huang Samba rubbed his stomach and picked up a skewer of barbecued meat. He fed Zhu Zimei a mouthful before taking a bite himself. Showing off their affection, Zhang Okyun saw this and picked up a skewer. She took a bite and passed it to Wan Siyu. Wu Ming was the last one left. He blinked as he felt that the four of them were targeting him. Thus, he took out 2 skewers and took a bite of it himself. Then, with one on the left and one on the right, he handed the skewers to the Little Tyrant and the gigantic bear. "Dear bosses, this is the roasted kidney." The restaurant owner brought over another dish. "I'm so fierce, I don't need to eat this." Huang Samba laughed. He hugged Zuma Mei and looked at her. "Don't you think so?" Tui. Zhang Okyun picked up 2 skewers of roasted kidney and threw them into Wu Ming's bowl. Then, she raised her head proudly and looked at the ceiling without saying a word. Wan Siyu did not say a word. However, she also picked up a skewer of roasted kidney and quietly placed it in Wu Ming's bowl. Her meaning was clear. Wu Ming looked at the roasted kidney in his bowl and frowned. What the hell is this? He was very depressed, but still ate it. What he could not finish was given to Mighty Bear and Little Tyrant. "Come, have some beer." The boss brought over a box of beer. Wu Ming grabbed Little Tyrant's paw and was about to perform a dog paw opening. However, he used too much force and cut the entire beer bottle in half. "Ha ha!" The few of them laughed. This was a joy that came from the bottom of their hearts. Wu Ming put down the beer bottle and listened to the familiar laughter. It was as if he had returned to the past, when he had supper with his classmates. The past was vivid in his mind. Looking at the 4 people around him, he suddenly felt that after he had transmigrated to a different world, he had gradually walked into a new life where he could have supper and play with friends. "I'll open the beer bottle." Huang Samba was strong, and his physique was also very good. He was even stronger than the special forces. He picked up the beer bottle, and with a light clasp, he removed the beer bottle. The few of them drank beer and ate skewers to their heart's content. An hour later, "Boss, the bill. The total is $3,780. Here's $4,000. Keep the change." Looking at the $4,000 extra in his card, the boss stared at the backs of Wu Ming and the others as they left. He found it unbelievable. So, there are also people with good temperaments among the beast tamers. The boss exclaimed. Looking at Wu Ming and the others who were about to open the car door, the boss plucked up his courage and kindly reminded them, "Bosses, don't drive when you're drinking. Don't drink when you drive. Right?" Huang Samba slapped his head and said to Mighty Bear, "Big Bear, carry the car back." Without saying anything, Mighty Bear carried the pickup truck and the sports car on its shoulders and walked behind Wu Ming and the others to Nano Street. What great strength! If I had such a ferocious pet, I would drive my car out for drinks every day. Then, I would encourage my friends to drive their cars as well. Then, I would be able to let my pet carry the car while they stared at me like idiots. People on the street were talking about it. Under the dim yellow light, the group chatted as they walked. "Wu Ming, am I pretty?" Zhang Okyun asked boldly, with one hand on Wu Ming's shoulder and the other pointing at her blushing cheeks. "Yes, you are. But you're also unruly." Wu Ming had drunk some wine as well. Under the influence of alcohol, he slapped Zhang Okyun's buttocks. To his surprise, his palm was numb. "How pleasurable." Zhang Okyun pinched Wu Ming's waist and pouted. "Did you slap my butt? That's nothing. I want to kiss you." Under the influence of alcohol, Wu Ming looked at Zhang Okyun, who was blushing. Then, he pressed her against the wall and kissed her hard in front of everyone. The numbing sensation hit their hearts. Wu Ming and Zhang Okyun both had a subtle reaction. Zuma Mei and Huang Samba stared at the scene with wide eyes. Wan Siyu looked at the two kissing passionately. She bit her lip and lowered her head without saying a word. After a long time, their lips parted. Zhang Okyun sobered up a lot. she realized that Wu Ming had kissed her for 3 minutes. She immediately slapped Wu Ming's face. "Ah, you pervert," she shouted, but didn't continue to hit him. Wu Ming grabbed her hand and sobered up a lot. He said, "F***, I kissed you? I thought it was CU." Hearing this, Wan Siyu blushed. She was surprised. "So, Brother Wu mistook Jiang Yun for me. That means Brother Wu likes me, right?" Wan Siyu's breathing quickened. Huang Samba and Zhu Zime sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other and realized that something was wrong. TSK, this is incredible." The couple gave each other a teasing smile. They didn't know that a strange figure was watching them from a few hundred meters away. "I'm codename 008, Black Dog. I'm following the target. They're drunk and unconscious. It's night now, perfect for an assassination. Should I kill the target?" The strange figure held a phone and sent a voice message. "Kill the target." A moment later, a cold voice came from the phone. Whoosh! Black Dog immediately merged with his pet and turned into a half-human, half-dog ferocious beast. At a speed of dozens of meters per second, he pounced at Wu Ming from the alley. However, before he could appear in the alley, he suddenly fell to the ground. In the darkness, the Netherworld cat revealed itself and wiped its bloody claws on the Black Dog's body, wiping the blood off. It then licked the blood off gracefully. Finally, it let out a cry and went back into stealth mode, disappearing from sight. 3 minutes later, a woman in black tights appeared in the alley. He killed Black Dog without a sound. It seems that the target does have a level E beast tamer protecting him in secret. The woman in tights looked in the direction Wu Ming went and took out her phone. "Hello, is this the boss? Black Dog is dead. The target's hidden protector is too strong. In terms of strength, he might be on par with you. Seduce him. Try to get him to talk." "Yes." The woman in tights looked in the direction Wu Ming went and remembered the word seduce that the boss mentioned. She frowned, unwilling to give up. She didn't understand. Why would a mere Wu Ming need her to sacrifice herself? She was a top-level assassin in the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild, codename 003, with the name Dark Knight Witch. I'll sacrifice myself first. It won't be too late to kill him after I get some information." The Dark Knight Witch clenched her teeth and turned into a black shadow, blending into the night. Chapter 73. At the pet store, they lay down on a couch and fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Yun sobered up. She remembered how Wu Ming kissed her on the street. She covered her face with her hands. She felt she had a fever. "Stop it!" Jiang Yun darted a look at Wu Ming, who was lying on the couch. She opened the door angrily and drove the sports car back to her villa. Not long after, Wu Ming, Huang Samba, Zuma Mei, and Wan Siyu woke up one after another. Wan Siyu handed a glass of water to Wu Ming. Her heart was pounding. "Brother Wu, have some water." After what happened the night before, she realized that she was becoming more and more afraid to face Wu Ming. She was like a worried deer, afraid that it would be eaten by Wu Ming, the ferocious tiger. When she was in the pet store, she would keep her head down out of habit. "Well, thank you, Siyu." Wu Ming took the glass and accidentally touched Wan Siyu's soft hand. It was smooth to the touch, like the egg white of a cooked chicken. Wan Siyu let go of his hand as if she had been electrocuted. Bang! The glass shattered on the floor. "I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away." Wan Siyu went to get a broom at once. She lowered her head, and her heart was pounding. She hurried to clean up the broken glass. "That girl." Wu Ming heaved a sigh as he watched Wan Siyu walk away. It seemed that last night had been quite a thrilling experience. When Wan Siyu came back, the group of people started another boring day. At night, Wan Siyu was the first to get off work. She ran away like a frightened rabbit, leaving Wu Ming with a graceful back view. When the girl ran away in fear, her hips swayed, creating the most beautiful scene on the street. "Brother Wu will be leaving first." Zuma Mei and Huang Samba jumped into the pickup truck. The mighty bear climbed into the back of the truck, waved at Wu Ming, and sped off. Under the night sky, Wu Ming was the only one left in the pet store. Sitting on the sofa, he had already washed up and was watching TV. Dong dong dong. There was another knock on the door. Wu Ming looked over. A woman in black tights stood at the door. The scene was similar to when LV Luo appeared a few days ago. Assassin. Wu Ming reacted instantly. However, he did not act rashly to alert the enemy. Who are you looking for? Wu Ming opened the door and stood a meter away from the woman, sizing her up. The woman had an explosive figure. The curve of her chest was very impressive. Her hips were also very perky. She had long legs and a perfect figure. Her face was charming and seductive. One look at her could make people feel hot all over. Wu Ming quietly used the Eye of Insight. Name, Yi San Yang. Identity, top female assassin of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild Garan Castle Branch. Code 003. Nickname, Night Witch, Beast Level. Peak F-Level Beast Tamer. Pet, Peak F-Level Night Witch, F-Level Seduction, F-Level Interrogation, F-Level Speed, F-Level Sharp Claws, F-Level Silent Night. This was a peak F-Level pet with 5 F-Level talents, especially the F-Level Seduction and F-Level Interrogation. Once used on a man, he would definitely be addicted and inadvertently reveal the deepest secrets in his heart. However, Wu Ming had the system. He was automatically immune to F-Level Seduction and F-Level Interrogation. They could not hurt him at all. Handsome, I'm technician number 23 that Huang Samba picked for you. I hope you like it. Yi Sanyang secretly used F-Level Seduction. Her body was emitting a terrifying charm and a faint fragrance. Any man who smelled it would immediately be addicted. Wu Ming's acting was very good. Although he was not seduced, his hands were already misbehaving. Handsome, let's go upstairs. Yi Sanyang's hands wrapped around Wu Ming's neck. Her body's impressive curves hit him in the face. Wu Ming was a little out of breath. He immediately carried her and went to the second floor. The sound of heavy breathing gradually spread out. Little Tyrant squatted on the ground and looked on curiously. The ghost cat sat on the bedside table, maintaining its invisibility. It was licking its claws. Its movements were elegant. Its cold eyes reflected the two entangled figures. Wu Ming felt very good. During the process, Yi Sanyang moved closer to his ear and whispered, Handsome, what you do? Why are you so good? I'm a beast tamer. Wu Ming pretended to be tricked. He knew that Yi Sanyang had used F-level interrogation. At this time, in order to not give himself away, he had to answer whatever she asked immediately. Then, you should know a lot of formulas, right? Yi Sanyang asked again. Not many, not many. Just tens of thousands, Wu Ming said. Yi Sanyang's delicate body trembled. Tens of thousands? So many. She was very confident in her F-level seduction and interrogation talent. She was sure that Wu Ming was telling the truth. She could not help but be shocked. Then, Handsome, what kind of powerful people are behind you? Yi Sanyang asked again after a moment of enjoyment. I have an F-level beast tamer, a D-level beast tamer, a B-level beast tamer, and an A-level beast tamer. Apart from these, I know a severely injured S-level pet. Unfortunately, it hasn't recognized its master yet. Since it was an act, Wu Ming began to brag. This is terrifying. Yi Sanyang felt as if her heart was hit by a meteorite. She was very shocked. Behind this handsome and durable man, there was such a terrifying background. It seemed that the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild had provoked someone they could not afford to provoke. They had to send this news back immediately to attract the attention of the president. An hour later, Handsome, if you are satisfied with my service, remember to give me a 5-star rating. Yi Sanyang, who was dressed neatly, threw a flying kiss to Wu Ming. She twisted her slender waist and gradually disappeared into the night. Looking at her back as she left, Wu Ming gradually raised the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of ridicule. As expected of the night witch. Very smooth. Wu Ming felt that he had earned a lot after getting a free ride and spreading false information. He closed the glass door, took a shower, changed the wet sheets, and then lay down and fell into a deep sleep. An hour later, at the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild. President, I have information. The night witch, Yi Sanyang, walked into the hall with her slender waist. She bent down and said to the president, who was sitting on the leather sofa with his back to everyone and smoking a cigar. A certain assassin who passed by looked at the snow-white chest of the knight, which and felt his mouth go dry. He could not help but swallow his saliva. Then he hit his head on a concrete pillar. Ouch! The assassin rubbed his forehead, glared at Yi Sanyang fiercely, and ran away with his tail between his legs. At this moment, the president said in a low voice, "In the future, don't use your pet's talent on your own people." Yes. Yi Sanyang nodded quickly. You claim to have obtained information. Then, tell me, what shocking information did you get through your sacrifice? The president continued. Chapter 74. Yi Sanyang, the night witch, did not dare to hide anything. She omitted the details of the close combat with Wu Ming. She only sorted out the information she got from Wu Ming and said, Wu Ming is indeed a tamer. He has an F-level beast tamer, a D-level beast tamer, a B-level tamer, and an A-level beast tamer behind him. In addition to these, he also knows a seriously injured S-level pet. Hearing this, the president crushed the cigar in his hand with a crack. The entire branch instantly quieted down. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Yi Sanyang. Wu Ming actually had an S-level pet behind him. This news was too explosive. The president was silent for a long time. He changed to another cigar, lit it, and asked in a deep voice without smoking, "What's the situation with that S-level pet?" It hasn't recognized its master yet. It is said that it is seriously injured and can't move for the time being. Wu Ming and the people behind him are working hard to save it. Yi Sanyang continued to narrate what Wu Ming said. The president's cold eyes narrowed. If the news is true, then Wu Ming can't be killed for the time being. Not to mention the injured S-level pet, the A-level beast tamer alone was terrifying. It was far from what their branch could deal with. President, do you have any instructions? Yi Sanyang asked. Pretend to be someone around him. You'd better follow him closely. Or seduce him occasionally and get more information. For example, where are the S-level pets? Who are the backers of those B-level and A-level beast tamers? And where are they? The president of the branch gave instructions. Hearing this, Yi Sanyang immediately bowed, nodded, and left. The next morning, Wu Ming sat on the sofa and watched the morning news. He recalled the fierce battle with Yi Sanyang last night and found that she was really good. He wanted to do it a few more times. However, this kind of thing could only be encountered by chance. Wu, Brother Wu, good morning. Wan Siyu was the first person to arrive. She placed the breakfast she bought for Wu Ming on the table, put on an apron, and began to tidy up the house. She found a wet bedsheet on the floor. Brother Wu, what's this? Wan Siyu picked it up. It smelled a little strange and fishy. Wu Ming glanced at the bedsheet and his eyelids twitched. That was the battlefield for the battle with Yi Sanyang. This matter could not be known by others. Wu Ming hurriedly said, It was too hot last night, and I was sweating all over. Also, Little Tyrant was too naughty. He actually peed on the bed sheets. Throw it away. Upon hearing this, Little Tyrant stared at Wu Ming with his big, innocent eyes, as if he had been wronged. You're more of a dog than I am. Wan Siyu believed him. She rolled up the bedsheet and threw it into the trash bag. Then, she threw in all the trash from the pet store. Good thing I didn't let the cat out of the bag. Looking at Wan Siyu's graceful back, Wu Ming noticed that this little girl's but was becoming more and more perky. He wondered if it was an illusion. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant barked unhappily. Wu Ming patted the dog's head and said, Haha, don't be upset. I was just trying to find a reason to explain. I'll give you credit for that. Little Tyrant tilted his head and looked at Wu Ming. After a long while, he barked and then laid down under the table to sleep. Soon, Huang Samba and Zuma May arrived as well. Wan Siyu returned to the pet store after she had thrown away the trash. At this moment, the morning news came to the last piece. The sexy host spoke in a heavenly voice. Hello, everyone. Here is the last piece of the morning news. From today onwards, Garan Castle will hold a pet and pet training competition. There will be an audition to select the 3 most outstanding beast tamers and beast tamers under the age of 30. They will form a team of 6 and head to Nanjiang City to participate in the real competition. This competition will bring together all the outstanding beast tamers and beast tamers from all over the country. It will be the most exciting competition in the country. I hope that all the young beast tamers and beast tamers will sign up for the competition. Next, I wish all of you a happy life and a happy family. The morning news came to an end at this point. Wu Ming and Huang Samba had been to Yaotao ancient town and knew about this. Zuma Mei and Wan Siyu did not understand. They were very excited. Wow, Brother Wu, I think you can pass the audition and become a member of our Garan Castle's pet and pet training team. By then, our pet store will be famous, and we will have more customers. Wan Siyu thought of many things. For her, this competition was a good way to increase her reputation. If she could win the championship in a national competition, her store would be very busy in the future and business would be booming. Zuma Mei pushed Huang Samba's shoulder with her hand and said, "Honey, I think you can participate in the audition. Among all the beast tamers under the age of 30 in Garan Castle, I think you and Big Bear are definitely the best." The mighty bear was really strong. F-level strength, F-level defense, F-level speed, and F-level self-healing. There were 4 powerful talents in total. He only needed 1 more to reach the peak of F-level. Even when faced with a weak E-rank pet, he could still put up a fight. Huang Samba was tempted. He really wanted to participate. In the past, Big Bear was not strong at all. He only had F-level strength, which was nothing to be proud of. But things were different now. In a life-and-death battle, Big Bear once killed an explosive dragon with 1 slap. Big Bear was one of the best among F-level beasts. Brother Wu, I want to participate in the audition as well. Huang Samba made up his mind. He wanted to fight against other strong opponents to improve Big Bear's combat ability. In this regard, Wu Ming nodded and agreed, of course. Wan Siyu sat on the side, a pair of gentle little hands on Wu Ming's shoulders intimately, and asked, "Brother Wu, I think you can also participate in the competition." "Why do you think so?" Wu Ming asked with a smile. Wan Siyu didn't know at all that Wu Ming had already gotten the internally determined spot. "I think Brother Wu's level as a trainer is very high. Not to mention our Jialan city, even in the various places I know, there's never been an F-class trainer as good as you." Wan Siyu looked into the distance and said excitedly. Her eyes were glowing. She had great confidence in Wu Ming. Wu Ming turned his head and saw Wan Siyu's beautiful side profile. He smiled and said, "Okay, I will participate in the audition as well." He didn't want or need to be selected. He could reach the top with his strength alone. Besides, he could take advantage of the audition to get to know other trainers and beast tamers and see the level of pet training in Garan Castle. "I'm here." Zhang Oqiyun walked into the pet store with a limited edition bag and sat down next to Wu Ming. "Today is the day to sign up for the pet training audition. Why aren't you there yet?" With that said, she put a stack of flyers on the table, which attracted other people's curiosity. Chapter 75. Wu Ming picked up a flyer. There was a man standing on the head of a giant dragon, looking down at the river. He looked domineering and imposing, like a giant holding up the sky. On the side of the cover, the words "Come and sign up" were very eye-catching. "TSK, TSK, isn't this advertisement a little too lousy?" Huang Samba said in disdain, preparing to take this flyer to the mayor's mansion to sign up. "Let me tell you first, the audition will last for a week. During this time, the competition will be held at the Coliseum near the mayor's mansion." Zhang Oqiyun revealed another important piece of information. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's sign up." Wu Ming picked up a flyer, packed his things, and prepared to go out. "I'll drive." Zuma Mei jumped into the driver's seat of the pickup truck. Huang Samba jumped into the co-driver's seat. Mighty Bear had already climbed into the car skillfully. "See you, I'll drive you." Zhang Oqiyun grabbed Wan Siyu and looked at Wu Ming provocatively. "You and Mighty Bear sit together in the pickup truck. It doesn't matter." Wu Ming shrugged. Screech. There was a sharp screech of brakes. Everyone looked at the street and found that behind Zuma May's pickup truck and Jang Okyen super sports car, there was a Fierce Bull sports car parked. The car door opened. A pair of snow-white legs came into view. Wu Ming, I'm here to pick you up. Su Qianqian, the CEO of the super affordable mall, appeared again. Compared to the last time, she was more feminine. Every frown and smile was charming and seductive. Oh, I have a car. Wu Ming looked at Jang Okyen provocatively and sat in Su Qianqian's co-driver's seat. In fact, he was the one who told Su Qianqian to pick him up in advance, because Wu Ming had already guessed that Jang Okyen would drive CU. And if he didn't want to continue sitting in the pickup truck, he would have to find a designated driver. In the entire Garan Castle, there were two people who had the best designated drivers: Su Qianqian and Yintong. Yintong might not be able to get her, but Su Qianqian could. So, Su Qianqian came in the Fierce Bull sports car. Su Qianqian closed the car door and window, looking at Wu Ming with a charming face. Her red lips curled up, and one of her hands was already on Wu Ming's firm chest. Your Excellency Wu Ming, thank you for the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. I haven't had the time to repay you. Her charming and seductive voice sounded. Wu Ming looked out of the car window. Jang Okyen and Zuma May had already driven away, leaving only him and Su Qianqian on the street. How do you want to repay me? Wu Ming smiled playfully. Of course, I want to reward Wu Ming. After that, Su Qianqian couldn't bear the recent loneliness and leaned over. The sound of excitement rose and fell in the car. Half an hour later, Wu Ming fastened his seatbelt, wiped his face and lips full of lipstick marks, and wiped his sweat. He took a deep breath and almost couldn't breathe. He had to admit that Su Qianqian's ventriloquism was really amazing. This woman, it seemed like she was going to use herself to tie him firmly to the super affordable shopping mall. Wu Ming, are you satisfied with my thank you gift? Su Qianqian's face was flushed, and her voice was even more seductive. Wu Ming leaned back on the seat and nodded. Not bad. Let's continue tonight. However, half an hour has passed. We have to hurry. Don't worry. You were the one driving just now. Now it's my turn to drive. From here, we can reach in about 15 minutes. Su Qianqian fastened her seatbelt. She stepped on the accelerator, and the Fierce Bull sports car worth millions roared and sped away. On the roof of a nearby building, Night, which Yi San-yang had finished watching the whole show. Continue tonight? Looks like it's not suitable to come over today. She looked at the animal fighting arena in the center of the city and frowned. The auditions are starting now, and Wu Ming is participating. With his background, he can definitely get a guaranteed spot, right? If he goes now, it's probably just a formality. On a street, the Fierce Bull sports car kept roaring. In the driver's seat, Su Qianqian put on a seductive smile. Wu Ming, are you sure you want to give up the guaranteed spot and participate in the auditions? Of course. Wu Ming nodded. The guaranteed spot was too boring. In the end, people might say that it was an inside job. Therefore, he decided to do it himself and shatter the other trainer's arrogant self-esteem on the spot and successfully get a spot to go to Nanjiang City to participate in the national competition. Wu Ming is so confident. I like it. Su Qianqian smiled sweetly. Her face was still red, and she looked even more feminine. Wu Ming's interest was piqued after just one look. If it weren't for the fact that Su Qianqian was driving and that he had other things to do later, he would definitely want to drive himself. Confidence comes from strength. Wu Ming smiled. However, he looked at the sky outside. Strength? What strength do I have? To put it bluntly, he relied on the pet system. Otherwise, he would have been squashed to death by the 300 kilograms fat landlady. Wouldn't he? Thinking of this, Wu Ming sighed with emotion. He didn't know why the system had chosen him. Since he had the system, he would make good use of it and do what he had to do. He would enjoy the gentleness that he had never experienced before. Soon, they arrived at the Colosseum. What took you so long? Jang Okyen stood outside the car with her arms crossed, looking at Wu Ming with disdain. Then, she suddenly moved closer and sniffed. She smelled perfume. On Wu Ming's neck, there was a lipstick mark that hadn't been wiped clean. TSK. You drove, didn't you? Zhang Okyun giggled. Huang Samba and Zuma Mei understood right away. Then, they looked back and forth between Wu Ming and Su Qianqian with envy. Wan Xiyu didn't understand the implied meaning of driving. She scratched her head and asked, Brother Wu, were you driving this sports car on the way here? How did it feel? I've never driven a sports car before. I heard from my classmates that it has a strong sense of repulsion. Wu Ming's face turned stiff. Su Qianqian smiled. Xiyu, it was indeed H.E. Wu Ming who was driving. As for how it felt, it should be good. Is that so? I want to drive too. Wan Xiyu was envious. Her biggest dream was to own a sports car like this one, and then drive the person she liked to the beach to see the sea. Falling in love with her lover under the sunset was her most beautiful vision. After listening to Wan Xiyu's words, Wu Ming looked embarrassed. He got out of the car and saw Huang Samba hinting at him. Only then did he realize that there was still a lipstick mark on his neck, and quickly wiped it off. Wu Ming, I have to go back to the mall. See you tonight. After that, Su Qianqian threw a coquettish look and quickly left in a roar. TSK. Zhang Okyun suddenly pouted when she heard that he had to drive at night. However, she and Wu Ming were not boyfriend and girlfriend. She was too lazy to care about this matter. But when she thought of the experience of being kissed by Wu Ming on the roadside that night, her whole face couldn't help but turn red and hot. Bah, men are all big pig trotters. Zhang Okyun spat. Chapter 76. Let's go and register. Wu Ming shouted to the crowd and walked in front. The Beast Arena was already bustling with noise. There were at least a few thousand people gathered here. Some were real Beastmasters, some were rare beast tamers, but most of them were just ordinary passers-by, here to join in the fun. There were more than 10,000 people in the entire Garan Castle who owned pets. However, there were only a few hundred F-rank Beastmasters on record. It was considered a small number. Most of them were trainee Beastmasters or just ordinary pet enthusiasts. The pets they raised didn't have any combat strength and were more like pets. All participating Beastmasters, please gather here. A beautiful woman in a red dress walked over with a microphone in her hand. Her voluptuous figure was on full display as she swayed. Her proud peaks were about to burst out of her clothes, rising and falling as she spoke. TSK, so pretty, Huang Samba praised. Is she prettier than me? Zuma Mei pulled Huang Samba's ear. Look at this beauty. That figure, that curve, that magnificent scenery. She's definitely a top-notch beauty with a score of 90 or above. But compared to you, my wife, she's always a little lacking in every aspect. Huang Samba's desire to live was bursting. He used a compliment of comparison, making Zuma Mei burst with joy, smiling beautifully. Huang Samba, go over, Wu Ming said. After saying that, Huang Samba sat on the mighty bear's shoulder and walked over to the woman in red. Just wait and see my performance. Wu Ming, Zhang Okyun, Wan Xiyu, and Zuma Mei were watching from a nearby platform. They were very curious about the process of the Beastmaster selection. Soon, over 100 F-rank Beastmasters had arrived at the scene and gathered in front of the platform, raising their heads to look at the beautiful woman in red standing on the platform. Beauty, why have you gathered us here? Why don't we go to a small room, and you can tell me alone on the bed? A brawny man with broad shoulders and a round waist laughed as he crossed his arms. Behind him stood a 3-meter-tall, golden-furred ape, looking mighty and majestic. The red-clothed beauty glanced at the brawny man and smiled. Whoosh! She suddenly rushed out. Everyone only saw the woman in red turn into a red shadow and arrive in front of the brawny man in an instant. Her breath smelled like orchids, and the fragrance instantly filled the air. Bang! A red shadow suddenly appeared behind the woman in red. Her hand instantly became very large. Like an eagle catching a chick, she grabbed the burly man's shoulder and threw him over her shoulder onto the floor. Gotcha! The floor cracked. The brawny man wailed and foamed at the mouth. The golden ape roared and threw a punch at the woman in red, but she dodged it easily. Just like before, she grabbed the F-level golden ape and threw it over her shoulder, creating a deep pit on the floor. This, so fierce. This woman is so domineering. The surrounding beast tamers felt a chill run down their spines. They hurriedly took a few steps back, afraid that the woman in red would beat them up. Wu Ming looked at the woman, and information appeared in his vision. Hui Weihong, A-level beast tamer, senior, pet. Red ribbon, introduction, a special pet that can be attached. Its original form is a red ribbon up to 10 meters long, similar to a sea snake. Talents: E-level toughness, E-level defense, E-level strength, F-level speed, F-level combat arts, F-level endurance. After reading the information of Hu Yuehong and her pet, the red ribbon, Wu Ming was secretly surprised. It turned out that she was a senior E-level beast tamer. No wonder she could beat an F-level beast tamer and an F-level pet. My name is Hu Yuehong, the secretary of the mayor's mansion. I'm also the person in charge of the beast tamer audition this time. Whoever can beat me can directly pass the audition and become one of the candidates for the national competition from Garan Castle. The woman spoke. Although her voice still sounded very charming, her aura was especially strong, and no one dared to be presumptuous. Only Wu Ming looked at her carefully, feeling that this woman was very interesting. Does anyone have a question? Hui Weihong asked through the microphone. Everyone shook their heads. Since there are no questions, let's start the audition now. Although the news said that we only need 3 beast tamers, in fact, we need 10 people to form a real team. Hui Weihong revealed a shocking piece of news. Hearing that, everyone looked at her in surprise. Curious, aren't you? To tell you the truth, 3 people is the rule of Nanjiang City. However, we have to prepare more outstanding beast tamers so that they can be substituted at critical moments, Hui Weihong explained. Hearing that, everyone expressed their agreement. Although the national competition in Nanjiang City required 3 people to be in a team, if something happened to one of the 3 and there was no substitute, it would cause a huge loss. Therefore, substitutes were necessary. The first round of the audition is to display your abilities. Pets with strong combat abilities or auxiliary functions can be qualified. Speaking of this, Hu pointed to one of the beast tamers with green hair and asked, "What is your pet's type? What talents does it have at the moment?" My pet is an F-grade dragon soaring eagle. It has F-grade speed and F-grade claws. It can be considered an experienced F-grade pet, the green-haired beast tamer said. Show it on the spot. Hui Weihong pointed to a 3-meter-tall dummy by the side of the stairs. That was a device specially used to test pets' destructive abilities. Dragon soaring eagle, go. The green-haired beast tamer ordered immediately. A black eagle with a 3-meter-long wingspan suddenly flapped its wings and flew dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. It could fly at high speed in midair, stop suddenly, turn sharply, and perform difficult moves. Screech! The dragon soaring eagle suddenly screeched and dived down at high speed. Its sharp claws left a 30-centimeter deep mark on the dummy. That's amazing. Wan Siyu and Zuma Mei were both surprised. TSK, when my water spirit matures, it will definitely be able to beat it. Zhang Okyun crossed her arms. Although she said so, in her heart, she still thought that the dragon soaring eagle's combat ability was better. At the moment, the water spirit only had defensive and self-healing abilities. When facing the dragon soaring eagle, it could only run for its life. On the stairs, Hu Yuehong's expression didn't change. She said, "Not bad combat ability. Unfortunately, your defensive ability is weak. You can barely make it." "That's great." The green-haired beast tamer was happy to hear that he had made it. "Write down your personal information over there." Hu Yuehong pointed to a sun umbrella nearby. There was a table under it with many blank forms and gel pens. There are also 2 beautiful staff members nearby. They had slender waists and long legs. Hui Weihong said to the others, "Continue the test. All the beast tamers who pass the screening can make it to the next round." In the end, the top 10 will be chosen through battles. Then, the dozens of beast tamers present went up the stage with their pets one after another. Pets with even one talent would be eliminated. At the moment, only senior pets with at least 2 talents could make it to the next round. There were also elite pets with 3 or 4 talents. Soon, it was Huang Samba and the Mighty Bear's turn. Chapter 77. Zuma May waved her hands in excitement. She jumped on the spot and threw a flying kiss at Huang Samba. Wow, my hubby is here. Hubby is the best. Huang Samba, it's him. I heard that in the death match, it was his pet, the Mighty Bear, that killed the explosive dragon with one slap. The Mighty Bear is horrifying. I suspect that the Mighty Bear is already at the peak of the F level. Even if it isn't, it is strong enough to pass the audition. Looks like there will be one less contestant. The beast tamers were engaged in a heated discussion. You are Huang Samba? Hui Wahong sized up Huang Samba. He had dyed his hair blonde and had an unruly smile on his face. He was muscular and looked powerful, which matched well with the Mighty Bear. That's me. Huang Samba nodded. Then let's begin. First, tell us what talents your Mighty Bear has. Then, show them to us. Even though she knew Huang Samba was powerful, Hui Wehong still followed the procedure strictly. Okay, Huang Samba paused for a moment. My pet is the Mighty Bear. It has 3 talents, F-level strength, F-level defense, and F-level speed. The other talent was F-level self-healing. But in order to keep it a secret, Huang Samba didn't mention it. 3 talents. It is indeed an elite talent. That's not right. Can 3 talents kill the explosive dragon? The beast tamers were puzzled. 3 talents. Not bad. In that case, you can now display the 3 talents of the Herculean bear. Hui Wehong smiled. Big Bear, let's begin. Huang Samba waved his hand. Roar. The Mighty Bear roared and ran around the arena. Its speed was measured to be 29 meters per second. Not bad. It is indeed an F-level speed, but it isn't fast among those of the same rank. Hui Wehong nodded. Outside the arena, the corners of Wu Ming's mouth lifted slightly. Huang Samba had become more mature and knew how to hide his strength. This was very good. He would not reveal his strongest strength in front of others, ensuring that he was always in an advantageous position. Gotcha! After the Mighty Bear finished its run, it slapped the test dummy, causing it to cave in, and a number popped up. His strength reached 11 tons? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the data on the instrument. In the next moment, the Mighty Bear arrived in front of a large axe. No matter how it hacked at its body, there were only clanging sounds and some bare fur. It wasn't injured at all. Rank F speed, rank F strength, rank F defense. Very good. Congratulations to you and Mighty Bear for making the cut. Hui Wehong announced the results. Huang Samba was neither proud nor surprised by this. He returned to Wu Ming's side and sat down. Huang Samba, I'll remember this person. Some beastmasters looked at Huang Samba, feeling that he would be a strong opponent. At this moment, the crowd heard Huang Samba's voice. Brother Wu, aren't you going up? No, I'm a beast tamer. Wu Ming shook his head. Hui Wehong stood on the stairs and looked towards the direction of the voice. When she saw Wu Ming's handsome face, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. As a staff member of the City Lord Manor, she had seen Wu Ming's top secret file. A beast tamer who could concoct superior grade, evolutionary food and had obtained a guaranteed spot in the beast tamer team was a true genius. If not for the mission at hand, Hui Wehong really wanted to go over and interact with Wu Ming right now and get to know each other. A genius beast tamer was someone that every beast tamer wanted to befriend. A beast tamer. Some of the beastmasters noticed the beast tamer badge hanging on Wu Ming's shirt pocket. Their eyes lit up and they remembered his appearance, preparing to go over and chat with him later. Next, at this moment, Hui Wehong's voice rang out. The beast tamer audition continued. Let's go and participate in the beast tamer audition. Wu Ming patted his butt and walked towards the other side of the beast arena. Over 100 people had gathered there. Only a tenth of them were beast tamers, while the rest were their bodyguards or assistants. "Yo, Mr. Wu Ming, you're here." As soon as he arrived, a few men and women came up to him. Their attitudes towards Wu Ming were very warm, their faces full of flattery. "You are?" Wu Ming was surprised. "We met once at a banquet in Yaotao, ancient town. Perhaps H.E. Wu Ming is too busy and forgot. A middle-aged woman with a voluptuous figure winked at him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Okeyun curled her lips, but she didn't say it out loud. She only complained in her heart, "Pooey vixen." "Oh, so that's how it is." Wu Ming scratched his head and nodded at them, then walked into the crowd. An old man in white robes stood in the crowd. On his chest was a special badge, with a golden knee protruding from it. He was obviously one of the rare E-rank beast tamers. "Everyone, our audition is relatively simple. 100 types of medicinal herbs will be brought out in a while. The beast masters present will appraise the type, age, and main effects of these medicinal herbs and write them down on your answer sheet. You pass with 60 points." "Pass 60, the E-rank beast tamer said slowly. "So that's how the test is done. It's pretty simple," a young woman in a pink dress said with a smile. She was an F-rank beast tamer. She was very beautiful, with cherry-red lips and slender, snow-white legs. The V-shaped slit in front of her chest was very low, revealing a large area of alluring, snow-white skin. This is only the first round. Those who score more than 60 points will be considered as shortlisted. Only then will they have the qualifications to participate in the subsequent tests, which will last for a week. In the end, we'll select 10 of the most outstanding beast tamers to go to Nanjiang City to participate in the national competition, the E-rank beast tamer explained. "Aren't there only 3 people?" someone asked doubtfully. The E-rank beast tamer smiled and said, "That's Nanjiang City's rule. Every city's official team can only have 3 people, but we have to prepare more beast tamers in case of emergencies. They're about the same as substitutes, right?" The woman in pink asked. "You can't say that they're substitutes. According to the rules issued by Nanjiang City, only 3 people can participate in each competition. However, there are no rules as to who these 3 people are. In other words, everyone has a chance to participate," the E-rank beast tamer explained. Hearing that, all the beast tamers present became happy. As long as they passed the audition, they would have a chance to appear in the competition. If they performed well, they would be famous throughout the country. Thinking of that, they became excited. "All right, all beast tamers, enter that room and answer the questions according to the answer sheet and the herbs on the table. I'll give you 1 day." The E-rank beast tamer pointed at the door beside him. Everyone looked over. It was a wooden building that was temporarily built, occupying an area of about 1 mu. Wu Ming, the woman in pink, and more than 10 beast tamers walked over together. "That's strange. Are there only a dozen beast tamers?" Huang Samba muttered as he looked at the people entering the wooden building. The E-rank beast tamer turned to look at him and said, "The audition will last for 7 days. Many people haven't returned yet. This is only the first batch. When the others arrive one after another, they will also be shortlisted for the test. So that's how it is." Huang Samba and the people waiting outside were enlightened. Inside the wooden building, Wu Ming saw the scene here. Chapter 78. The interior of the wooden building was not complicated. In fact, it was very simple. It was surrounded by wooden walls, some tables, chairs, paper, and pens. There were many sealed boxes placed in the middle of the wooden building. 2 sexy beauties in cheongsams introduced to the crowd. "Esteemed trainers, welcome to the examination hall." The woman in pink asked, "How was the examination conducted?" One of the cheongsam smiled and said, "Look at the wooden boxes on the floor. There are 100 types of herbs in each box, each weighing 10 grams. Every trainer can take one. Then, according to the number on the box, you can choose the table and chair with the corresponding number. Use a pen and paper to write down the name, type, year, usage, and other functions of the herbs you see." Another cheongsam's beauty said, "By the way, there are hints on the exam papers on the table. Just follow the hints and you'll be fine." "I see. The woman in pink nodded. She casually picked up a wooden box and glanced at Wu Ming beside her. Her eyes narrowed slightly before she walked to a table and chair. Wu Ming also picked up a wooden box. After sitting down, he opened the box, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. There were many small wooden boxes inside, and each box contained a type of herb. Although the boxes were sealed, the rich medicinal fragrance could not be concealed. 100 wooden boxes. Exactly 100 types of herbs. Wu Ming counted and confirmed that the number was correct. Then, he picked up the exam papers on the table. Strictly speaking, it was a small booklet that was the size of an A4 paper. After flipping it open, there was a colorful picture book inside. Each page had 5 colored pictures of the herbs. Below the pictures were numbers that corresponded to the ones on the wooden boxes. On the right side of the pictures were a few lines of text. Name, year, category, usage. So I just have to type these out. Wu Ming read the introduction. He opened the small wooden box with the number 001 and saw a special plant root inside. It was slightly yellow and had a pungent medicinal fragrance. There was a lot of green powder on the surface of the herb. Use the eye of insight. Wu Ming chose to cheat. Name, yellow root. Year, 10 years. Classification, healing herbs. Usage, can be used to make healing powder and healing medicine. Remark, the effect is the same whether taken orally or applied externally. After reading these lines of text, Wu Ming picked up a pen and began to write. His movements were not slow. Every time he finished writing down the relevant information of a medicinal herb, he would open the wooden box and take out a new medicinal herb. He pretended to pinch it, observe it, smell it, and other methods to determine it before he continued to answer the questions. The other trainers were also taking their exams in peace and did not disturb the others. An hour passed. Everyone was still answering the questions. 2 hours later, someone finally handed in their paper. Examiner, I'm done. The first to hand in the paper was the woman in pink. She glanced at Wu Ming, who was still answering the questions, and passed the paper to the old grade tamer who had just walked into the wooden building. Come over here. I'll grade it on the spot. The E-class trainer walked to the middle of the wooden building. There was a separate table there. He sat down, and the woman in pink sat opposite him. She sat elegantly and waited quietly. The process of grading was very fast. In the meantime, the grade tamer's gaze kept changing. He kept nodding and shaking his head, as if he was sighing in admiration and pity. Examiner, I'm done too. Another tamer finished his paper. The grade tamer looked at the others who had not finished their paper and said, after you're done, line up here and wait for your grade to be graded on the spot. I'm very fast. I can finish grading one person within 3 minutes. Okay. The other tamers immediately picked up their papers and lined up. No one whispered to each other, because this would be judged as cheating. Wu Ming was still answering the paper. His speed was neither fast nor slow. You're called Su Ying, right? As expected of Elder Su's granddaughter, your talent is indeed very strong. You've answered 80% of the questions correctly and received 80 points. The grade tamer said, wow, 80 points. The others showed surprise and admiration. After many tamers finished answering the questions, they roughly knew that they had only scored 50 to 60 points. Whether they could pass or not was a problem. But now, the woman in pink named Su Ying had actually achieved a high score of 80 points. She was really amazing. Okay, next. The grade tamer waved his hand. The second person quickly handed in his paper. The woman in pink, Su Ying, walked to the side and did not leave. She glanced at Wu Ming and found that he was still answering the paper. 60 points, just enough to pass. Soon, the grade tamer finished marking the second person. Long live 60 points. The young tamer let out a sigh of relief. Okay, next. The grade tamer said. The woman in pink, Su Ying, looked at Wu Ming and found that he had finally put away the pen cap and finished his paper at the same time as the tamer at the next table. Why is he so slow? Su Ying frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Through the information she had obtained, she knew that Wu Ming's file was top secret, even higher than hers. So, Su Ying had been paying attention to Wu Ming. But who knew? From the speed of answering the questions, Wu Ming's speed was too slow. He was almost the last person to hand in his paper. 59 points. The Grady tamer suddenly said. What impossible? Give me one more point, sir. The young tamer who got 59 points was dumbfounded. You have too many blanks. I couldn't give you extra points even if I wanted to. The Grady tamer waved his hand. Wow, I've actually been eliminated. The young trainer's face was sullen. Then, the judging process continued. Among the dozen tamers, only Su Ying could get 80 points. As for the rest, half of them failed. Hey, why is your paper different from mine? At this time, two tamers who had not been graded compared their papers and found that none of the herbs were the same. There are millions of herbs in Sky Blue Planet. In order to prevent cheating, every paper is different. The Grady tamer explained. I see. Luckily, I didn't copy yours just now. You idiot! Can you not show off your intelligence by saying it out loud? The two of them whispered. The Grady tamer laughed, his face full of sarcasm. Soon, it was Wu Ming's turn. Su Ying smiled, her interest piqued. She wanted to know if Wu Ming got 80 or 85 points. His information file is top secret, so he should be very strong. At least 85 points? However, it's too difficult to get more than 90 points because these herbs were selected from common herbs. Even a Grady tamer can't know all of them. The girl in the pink dress, Su Ying thought. The Grady tamer saw Wu Ming's paper and was so shocked that his reading glasses almost fell on the table. The first 10 questions are all correct. These 10 questions are also correct. The 30 questions in the middle are also correct. The surrounding people were all shocked and widened their eyes. According to the old E-class trainer's mutterings, Wu Ming had already scored 70 points. Moreover, he got the first 70 questions all correct. Oh my God, he actually got more than 80 points. Someone saw the Grady tamer ticking all the questions. None of them were wrong. 85 points, 90 points, 95 points. Oh my God, he actually left a blank for the last question. 99 points. The tamers who were watching the grading process were all stunned. Wu Ming's paper, except for the last question, was filled with red ticks. His accuracy was 100%. Too strong. Chapter 79. If he had answered the last question, would he have gotten full marks? Top student, a real top student. This is called a top student among top students, a god of study. The trainers around were dumbfounded. Clang! The E-grade tamer old man's presbyopia glasses fell on the table. His mouth was wide open as he said, as expected of tamer Wu Ming. I heard the mayor and Elder Su talk about you personally. Originally, you had a guaranteed spot, but you actually came to participate in the tamer audition to prove your strength. What guaranteed spot? The other trainers were even more shocked. No wonder he could get a guaranteed spot. He scored 99 points in the preliminary exam, which is 19 points higher than the second place. The gap is really big. It's not just 19 points. He didn't even answer the last question. That's true. He could have gotten full marks. The people around whispered. Hearing this, Su Ying bit her lips. The word guaranteed spot pierced her heart deeply, causing her originally proud heart to be torn apart. Her gaze remained on Wu Ming. He's really good. In the end, Su Ying couldn't help but admire him. The old E-grade trainer put away the test paper and said to everyone, all right, today's preliminary exam will end here. Those who passed, go back and wait for the notice. When the time is right, we will inform you to come and participate in the next round of the exam. Okay, many trainers left the wooden building. During this process, they all looked at Wu Ming, their eyes full of admiration. The preliminary exam seemed simple, but it couldn't tell the real level of a trainer. After all, the trainer still needed to mix the best evolutionary food. However, to be praised by the mayor and Elder Su at the same time, and to get a guaranteed spot, Wu Ming's strength was definitely not weak. Wu Ming, my name is Tang San. I want to VX with you. Wu Ming, come, let's VX. Immediately, many trainers ran over to add a chat method. Wu Ming accepted them one by one without being too proud. Hello, Wu Ming, I'm suing. The last person who had not added a VX was suing. However, after the others left, she still walked to Wu Ming's side, bringing with her a whiff of fragrance. Hello. Wu Ming nodded. I'm Su Ying, the eldest daughter of the Su family in the north of Garan Castle. I'm also an F-level trainer. I hope you get to know you. Su Ying was silent for a moment. I think we'll be teammates in the future. Ms. Su Ying is very confident. Wu Ming smiled. It seemed that Su Ying was very confident about going to Nanjiang City to participate in the national pet and pet training competition. Confidence comes from strength. Su Ying smiled. Wu Ming can definitely go to Nanjiang City to participate in the national competition. You're very strong, and I'm far from you. However, I believe that it won't be a problem for me to get 1 to 10 spots. Besides, I'll be in the starting lineup just like you. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. He had to admit that Su Ying was very confident. Confident women were usually more beautiful. Well then, good luck. Wu Ming nodded and was about to leave. Wait, add a VX, Su Ying shouted. Wu Ming was speechless. Why did all these people want to add his VX? Although he was confused, he added Su Ying's VX in the end. He saw that she was a pretty girl. In the picture, she was standing on a reef by the sea. Her pink dress was lifted by the sea breeze, which made her look very beautiful. See you later. Su Ying waved her hand and ran away. Wu Ming went to the nearby area and found Huang Samba, Wan Xiu, Zuma Mei, and Zhang Oqiyun waiting there. Brother Wu, how did it go? Wan Xiu asked with concern. With Brother Wu's level, he definitely passed. After all, he got a guaranteed spot. He's just here to go through the motions. Huang Samba looked confident. Yes, he passed. Wu Ming nodded. Brother Wu, what's the content of your exam? Don't tell me it's identifying medicinal herbs? Huang Samba asked. Something like that. It's just answering questions about different medicinal herbs. You have to write down the name, type, use, age, and so on. The full score is 100. Wu Ming did not hide anything from them. After all, they were on the same side. Moreover, it was not a secret. Brother Wu, you score at least 90 points, right? Once you guessed. She felt that Wu Ming was very good. She wanted to guess 80 points, but she felt that it was definitely more than that. I think at least 95 points. Huang Samba was more confident. Haha, I think 88 points. Zuma Mei made a gesture. TSK. Wu Ming scored 60 points at most. I'll treat you guys to a meal if it's any higher. Zhang Oqiyun was very proud. She crossed her arms and pouted. Okay, let's bet. Wu Ming slapped Zhang Oqiyun's butt. The latter gritted her teeth and said, I scored 99 points. Quick, today's lunch is on you. You pervert. What? You scored 99 points. I don't believe it. Zhang Oqiyun touched her butt and blushed. Then, she was surprised. Wu Ming took out his phone and played a video. This was recorded during the grading process. It was to prevent people from doubting his score. He did not expect it to come in handy so soon. A few people came over and watched the whole process of the video. F*CK, you left the last question blank. Otherwise, you would have scored full marks. Zhang Oqiyun widened her eyes in shock. She looked at Wu Ming and felt that he was very abnormal. With so many herbs, if it were her, she would have scored a miserable single digit. However, Wu Ming scored 99 points so casually. Brother Wu, you're so amazing. Wan Xiu exclaimed. I want to learn from you in the future. Wu Ming rubbed Wan Xiu's soft and fragrant hair and said, Of course, no problem. You can't be a shop assistant for the rest of your life. You need to learn more about the uses of various herbs. If you can score 60 points on a similar exam, you will have the basic skills to become a trainer. Really? Wan Xiu was looking forward to it. Why would I lie to you? If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. Wu Ming smiled and scratched Wan Xiu's nose. Wan Xiu quickly lowered her head shyly. Zhang Oqiyun, treat us. Wu Ming looked at the angry Zhang Oqiyun. Sure, I don't have much, but I have a lot of money. Zhang Oqiyun crossed her arms and walked in front with Wan Xiu. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and Zuma Mei walked behind them. The city center was near the animal arena. It was very prosperous. There were all kinds of food streets, shopping streets, and video game centers. It was very easy to find a place to eat. After they left, 2 notices were posted on the Garan Castle forum. The first one was the list of F-level beast tamers who had been shortlisted today. The second one was the announcement of the trainers' scores after the exam. Of course, in consideration of the trainers who had failed, the list of those who scored less than 60 points was not posted. Wu Ming, F-level beast tamer, score 99 points. F asterisk CK. Who is Wu Ming? He is 19 points ahead of the second place. Why is he so fierce? As soon as the notice was posted, the forum went into an uproar. Chapter 80. Maybe you guys don't know, but Wu Ming left the last question blank on purpose. Otherwise, he would have gotten full marks. I bet that other than Wu Ming, no one else can get more than 90 points. Upstairs, why do you think so? Because I'm a big bird. You pervert. The forum was already in an uproar. Wu Ming had no idea what was going on. He was sitting beside Wan Xiu with Zhang Oqiyun, Zuma Mei, and Huang Samba in a private room, ready to eat. Honorable guest, your dishes are all here. The charming lady boss, who was wearing a tight-fitting skirt, saw Zhang Oqiyun and smiled meaningfully. When she saw Wu Ming, her eyes lit up. She opened the app of the Jialan City Forum and took a look. She confirmed that Wu Ming was the F-class trainer who had been the talk of the town. So you're the one who got 99 points. How about this? I'll give you guys a free meal today. The lady boss walked to Wu Ming's side, bringing with her a fragrant wind. She bent down, revealing her snow-white chest. Wu Ming heard the sound and turned around. He was buried in the 2 turbulent waves and almost suffocated to death. Hiss! Wu Ming quickly leaned back and saw the lady boss covering her chest with her hand. He was shocked. You scared me. Who are you? The lady boss smiled seductively. I'm the owner of this restaurant. You guys are my honorable guests, so I'll give you a free meal today. Boss Su, why are you here? Zhang Oqiyun saw the lady boss and said in a strange tone. It seemed that they had known each other for a long time. I saw Ms. Zhang coming here today, so of course I have to serve you personally. I didn't expect that the genius trainer who got 99 points in the trainer's preliminaries, Wu Ming, would also be here. Boss Su blinked her eyes. Her slender fingers brushed across Wu Ming's shoulder, leaving a note and throwing him a flirtatious glance. Mr. Wu Ming, my name is Su Xian. Remember to add me. The lady boss, Su Xian, swayed her seductive waist and left the room. How does she know me? Wu Ming was stunned. Thinking of what Su Xian had said just now, he immediately opened the forum of Garan Castle. News that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came into view. Shocking. In this exam, a trainer scored 99 points. Even the eldest daughter of the Su family in the north of the city, Su Ying, only scored 80 points. This trainer is called Wu Ming. I heard that he opened a pet store on Nanwen Street that no one cares about. It's deserted. Upstairs, you are too uninformed. Trainer Wu Ming has a deep relationship with the super affordable store. He has already sold a lot of Class F evolution food. Breaking news. Ms. Su Qianqian is personally driving Trainer Wu Ming. Driving? Upstairs, don't get the wrong idea. I'm talking about a proper car. News. Ms. Zhang Oqiyun bought the area around Nanwen Street. She is building a comprehensive commercial street. Thank you for the information. I heard that Ms. Zhang Oqiyun never does business that loses money. She is going to develop at Nanwen Street. Shocking. Someone anonymously uploaded a video of the fight between Trainer Wu Ming and another Class F trainer, Lu Gaoan. Lu Gaoan lost. He was hung on a chandelier and was scared to death. I am dying of laughter. All kinds of news were still spreading like crazy. As Wu Ming refreshed the forum, he saw a video that was pinned at the top. It was the whole process of him competing with Lu Gaoan at Mr. Su's banquet. My concoction method has actually been exposed. Wu Ming rubbed his eyebrows. It was a bit difficult to deal with. But on second thought, it didn't matter if his news was spread. The most important thing was to prepare for the national competition. If he could stand out in a national competition and help Garian Castle get the list of 100 cities to be built in the future, then he would become famous sooner or later. Wow, the forum is exploding with news. Huang Samba was shocked as he kept reading the news on the forum. Brother Wu, you are now the most famous person in Garian Castle. Zuma Mei ran over and patted Wu Ming's shoulder. In the future, you must take care of us old employees. I believe that after this incident, our pet store will become famous. By then, we will have many customers. Wan Xiyu was looking forward to the future. She suggested that Wu Ming participate in the trainer competition to build up his reputation. At the moment, because Wu Ming accidentally scored 99 points, the forum was exploding with news. Even the video of the fight between him and Lu Gaoan in Yaotao Ancient Town was taken out. The secret of Wu Ming's ability to mix super quality class F-speed food was also exposed. In addition, his unique mixing method was also revealed. For a time, people suspected that it was the ancient alchemy method of the Class A trainer, Wu Tianxua. More news. Zhang Okyun read the forum. Her eyes glowed. Wu Ming refreshed the page as well. Shocking. Trainer Wu Ming can mix super quality class F-speed food. His personal information is classified as top secret. Oh my God, super quality? I have made up my mind. Today, I will go to Nanwen Street and ask Trainer Wu Ming to sell me a Class F speed food. Hey, don't you know that dozens of cars have already set off? If you go now, you can only eat *T. That's right. I don't think you can even get through the door. Many onlookers follow the post. Wu Ming rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the news would spread so quickly. In less than an hour, the forum had gone crazy. Haha, I've made a fortune. Zhang Okyun slapped her thigh and put her phone on the table. She extended her hand and hooked Wu Ming's chin with her fair and slender right index finger. She said proudly, you're famous now? Nanwen Street will be much more popular. Also, the area around your pet store is my territory. When the time comes, customers will come in, and my general store will have a source of customers. So, that's what you're planning. Wu Ming rolled his eyes at Zhang Okyun. He had to admit that Zhang Okyun had a good head for business. She was not the kind of girl who would squander money without learning anything. Right? Do you know the owner's wife, Su Xin? Wu Ming remembered something. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "What my grandpa's surname?" Zhang Okyun asked. "Mr. Su, of course." Wu Ming narrowed his eyes. "You're not saying that Su Xin is Mr. Su's granddaughter, are you?" "Something like that. I picked her up when I was a kid. We're not related by blood. But technically speaking, she's my big cousin." Zhang Okyun yawned and picked up her chopsticks. "Okay, enough chit-chat. Let's eat. Let's eat." The others picked up their chopsticks as well. The news about Wu Ming continued to spread like wildfire. At first, it was only on the forum. Soon, it reached the ears of people from all walks of life. In a splendid villa, Lu Gaoan, the trainer, was lying in a hot spring with two beautiful girls in his arms. He saw the news on the screen and the video of him and Wu Ming sparring at Yaotao Ancient Town. In the video, he was sent flying and hung on a chandelier. He was so angry that he cursed out loud. He picked up a wine glass and smashed the screen. "Wu Ming, King die for me." Lu Gaoan was fuming. He slapped the hot spring like crazy. For a moment, water splashed everywhere. The two girls were crying, and he was shouting. Chapter 81. After filling their stomachs, Wu Ming gave the employees of the pet store half a day off. Once Yu got into Zhang Okyun's sports car. The two of them went to a villa in the city center. That was Zhang Okyun's home. Huang Samba and Zuma Mei went to the amusement park, not far away. They wanted to have some fun during the afternoon off. On the roadside, click, a fierce bull sports car stopped by the roadside, attracting many people's attention. Wu Ming sat in the front passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and looked at the mature and beautiful girl in the driver's seat. She was wearing a seductive, tight-fitting short skirt. Wu Ming, come to my place today. I'm a professional when it comes to making tea. You can have a taste later. Su Qianqian in the driver's seat smiled seductively. Wu Ming swallowed his saliva. This woman was getting more and more seductive. Sure, I'll go to your place. Boom. The sports car's engine roared, and the car sped away, west of the Garan Castle, in a manor with mountains and rivers. The manor covered an area of several thousand acres. It was a garden-style villa area, in a luxurious 3-story villa. Wu Ming and Su Qianqian went to the hot spring. They were getting closer and closer. The warmth came, and the breath of spring burst forth. Half an hour later, Wu Ming and Su Qianqian were lying on the soft sofa and chatting. Wu Ming, you are amazing. If you didn't leave the questions blank on purpose, I think you could have gotten full marks. Full marks? That's not necessary. Wu Ming shook his head. If he had known that it would cause such a sensation, he would have answered more than a dozen questions wrong on purpose and left some questions blank. 80 would have been enough. Ha 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 ha, but you still got 99 points. You caused a sensation on the forum. Even a picture of me driving for you was taken. I think we can't drive in the car anymore. Su Qianqian looked regretful as she leaned on Wu Ming's chest. Doesn't matter. Wu Ming did not care about this issue. Instead, he looked into the distance through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. However, there are also benefits to being popular. Su Qianqian smiled. Of course. In the future, your pet store will be as busy as a marketplace with endless customers. Even the economy of the nearby Nanwen Street will be boosted. That's why I said that Zhang Oqian is very business-minded, Wu Ming mumbled. Su Qianqian's red lips curled as she said, our super affordable shopping mall is also preparing to open a branch on Nanwen Street. Oh, Wu Ming was surprised. To tell you the truth, I've already negotiated a project some time ago. It's about the purchase of a section of Nanwen Street. I've already paid for it and obtained the development certificate from the city Lord's Mansion. Already, Wu Ming was even more surprised. On second thought, Su Qianqian was also an elite in the business world. She had a keen eye for business. Maybe she had already planned to develop her store on Nanwen Street when she found out about him as a trainer. I can't believe that I have single-handedly boosted the economy of Nanwen Street. I wonder if the city lord will give me a certificate of encouragement or something like that. Wu Ming teased. I can't rule out that possibility. After all, you're a talented trainer valued by Su Qianqian. Even the city lord will give you face, Su Qianqian said softly. Then, all of a sudden, she straddled Wu Ming. Ha. Wu Ming knew what she meant. He grinned. After dinner, Su Qianqian drove Wu Ming back to Nanwen Street in person. Before they arrived at the pet store, they noticed that there were many people around. Usually, there would be no more than 100 people on the entire Nanwen Street. But at the moment, there were 1,000 or 2,000 people loitering around. Some of them were peddlers, and some were people wandering around like headless flies. They seemed to be looking for a good spot to open their store. There were also people gathering in front of the pet store. Don't worry, everyone. Our pet store is not big enough to accommodate so many people. Besides, Brother Wu is not back yet. Please wait for a moment. See you blocked the door with a sign. If it weren't for the fact that Huang Samba and the mighty bear were there, the excited crowd would have rushed into the pet store like a swarm of bees. Look, Trainer Wu Ming is back. Isn't that Mr. Su from the super affordable shopping mall sitting in the driver's seat? The people who were blocked outside the door looked over and saw Wu Ming getting out of the car. They all gathered around him. There were also many reporters and photographers at the scene. They surrounded Wu Ming with microphones and asked him questions at once. Wu Ming, did you really leave a blank on the answer sheet on purpose? I heard that Wu Ming was guaranteed a place in the first round. Is that true? Wu Ming, have you ever thought about relocating the pet store, for example, to the city center where the mayor's office is located? Wu Ming, are you married? How many wives and children do you have? Wu Ming, do you think my waist is thin? Is my body good enough? At first, the questions were serious. But as they went on, the questions became more and more frivolous. Some people even asked about Wu Ming's birthday and phone number. Everyone, I am participating in the trainer's audition, and I need enough rest. If you have any questions for me, you can wait for a few days until the audition is over." With that said, Wu Ming walked back to the pet store. Some people tried to ask questions, only to find that they were lifted into the air. They looked back and saw the mighty bear's ferocious face. Oh my God, that person was so scared that his legs were trembling. He almost peed his pants. With the Herculean bear as a deterrent, Wu Ming went back to the pet store and sat down on the couch without a hitch. "Brother Wu, do you want me and Big Bear to stay here today?" Huang Samba asked while drinking a bottle of Sprite. "No need. Have you forgotten that I am a beast tamer as well?" Wu Ming snapped his fingers. A black puppy crawled out from under the table and ran around in circles. It was Little Tyrant. "You are right." Huang Samba nodded. He remembered that last time when they were in the wild, Poison Sting, a Class F beast, was killed without a sound. Only then did he realize that Wu Ming was more powerful than him. "Okay then, I will go back with Big Bear." Huang Samba dragged Zuma, Mei, and the mighty bear to the pickup truck outside and went home. "Brother Wu, I'm off work too." Once Yu packed up her things, waved at Wu Ming, and left. At the moment, there were still many people waiting outside the door. Some of them were sneakily following Wan Siyu. Wu Ming closed the door and saw this. He snorted. Hundreds of meters away, Wan Siyu passed by an empty alley. She was about to go back to her rented apartment when some people showed up in front of her. "Beautiful lady, you must be an employee of Wu Ming's trainer. I would like to ask you some questions." After saying that, the few people surrounded Wan Siyu. "Move away. I refuse to be interviewed." Wan Siyu hugged herself tightly and leaned against the wall. She was on guard. After being kidnapped by Hong Ying, she was much braver. She knew how to deal with the situation in front of her. "Don't. Just an interview." A horse-faced young man smiled maliciously. He raised his hand slowly and stretched it towards Wan Siyu's beautiful face. "How dare you?" Wan Siyu glared at them and was ready to fight back. Woof, woof, woof. However, at this moment, a puppy barked nearby. It sounded fierce and cute, and it attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 82. Hey, where did this black puppy come from? The few young men turned their heads and saw a sturdy little black dog standing on the ground. It had a strong head and looked very cute. They really wanted to pet it. Little Tyrant. Wan Siyu was overjoyed to see the black puppy. "Come on, help me drive these people away." "Yo, so this puppy is called Little Tyrant. I just don't know how strong it is. It won't jump up and hit my knee later, right?" A horse-faced youth said with a smile, and a reporter's pass fell to the ground. Wan Siyu looked at the ID and realized that it was fake. "You are not reporters." She frowned. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Hey, little girl, you have good taste. You know that we are fake reporters. But since we haven't found out, I will." The young man with a long face was about to say something when his friend patted his shoulder. "What?" The young man with a long face turned around and looked at where his friend was pointing. The little tyrant that was originally on the ground began to grow larger. Very quickly, it grew to a height of 1 meter. Its entire body was sturdy like a calf. What was more frightening was that it had 3 heads. There were flames burning on its body, giving people the impression that they had run into a ferocious beast from hell. "Oh my, this is an F-rank pet." The young man with a long face and the others were trembling in fear. They ran away at once. Woof! Little Tyrant jumped up and knocked the young men over a dozen meters away. They hung on a pole and wet their pants. "Help, help!" The young men were trembling. Their clothes were burned off by the flames. They quickly covered their private parts with their hands. "Hey, who are these people? How can they be so shameless? They're not wearing clothes in broad daylight. How immoral." The residents in the residential area heard the noise and looked over. They blushed and shook their heads in disgust. A few hundred meters away, in a hotel room, a man was standing by the window on the 5th floor. He was looking at the scene through a telescope. He held his breath. If Wu Ming were here, he would have recognized this man. He was Lu Gaoan. Damn it. Wu Ming asked his pet to protect Wan Siyu. "My men failed." "Wait, where is that dog?" Lu Gaoan was shocked. Little Tyrant, who was still in his line of sight a moment ago, had disappeared in just a few seconds. Gotcha! The door of the room he was in was smashed open, and several bodyguards were also knocked down. They were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. The next moment, a three-headed dog rushed in. F***CK actually chased after us. Lu Gaoan trembled in fear. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed a big drumstick beside him, waving it in front of the little tyrant. Then he swallowed his saliva and said, "Little doggy, I'll give you a drumstick to eat. Can you go play somewhere else?" With that, Lu Gaohan's expression turned cold as he threw the drumstick out of the window on the 5th floor. "Quickly jump down and pick it up," Lu Gaohan urged. However, Little Tyrant did not even look at the drumstick. It kept staring at Lu Gaohan. Lu Gaohan swallowed his saliva and his heart raced. He kept stepping back. Woof, woof, woof. The three dog heads barked at the same time. The flames on their bodies continued to erupt, increasing the temperature in the room. Lu Gaohan felt hot. He began to unbutton his clothes. His legs trembled as he stepped back. In the end, he leaned against the window and almost fell down. Don't come over," Lu Gaohan roared. He picked up the beer bottle on the table and waved it at Little Tyrant, trying to scare it away. However, Little Tyrant did not move an inch. It was not afraid at all. "Brother dog, please forgive me." Lu Gaohan's legs gave out, and he knelt on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. A group of people rushed into the room. Hurried footsteps could be heard. "Dog, shut up." Soon, a group of security guards wearing black coats rushed in. They were all security guards from the Black Coat Security Company. Each of them was agile and could fight against many people at once. Some of them were holding crossbows, some were holding alloy steel knives, and some were holding super high-voltage electric batons. They surrounded Little Tyrant. "Go, chop it up." Lu Gaohan laughed. Yes, all the security guards took action at once. Each of them was extremely fast. If they were here to capture someone, they would have a 90% chance of succeeding. However, the one they were facing was a pet that had grown to become an experienced F-rank Cerberus. Whoosh! Little Tyrant moved. It waved its sharp claws and cut the weapons in the security guard's hands in half. The weapons fell to the ground and could no longer be used. **T. Everyone was stunned. How could this Cerberus be so strong? Before they could figure it out, the Little Tyrant turned into a blur. Bang, bang, bang. All the security guards were knocked to the ground by its dog head, which was harder than super alloy steel. Each of them foamed at the mouth, their bodies went limp, and they no longer had the ability to fight. "Wah!" Lu Gaohan cried. He thought that with the arrival of the security guards from the Black Coat Security Company, he could sit back and relax. However, he was still no match for the Cerberus. "Vicious dog, how dare you?" Another voice came from outside the room. Following that, a muscular man with a buzz cut stepped into the room. Next to him was a kangaroo that was 1.5 meters tall. Its two fists reflected a cold metallic luster. It was an F-rank Iron Fist kangaroo. "Ha ha, you came at the right time. Kill this vicious dog for me," Lu Gaohan sneered. The muscular man nodded and gestured to the Iron Fist kangaroo next to him. "Kill this wild dog. I will come back to clean up the mess." Roar! The Iron Fist kangaroo received the order and turned into a shadow. It waved its heavy fists and smashed toward Little Tyrant. Whoosh! Little Tyrant stepped forward and dodged the Iron Fist. However, the Iron Fist kangaroo was fast as well. It waved its fists wildly at the same time. In an instant, dozens of fists were formed. The Iron Fist kangaroo used its tail to support its body and kicked with its two hind legs. Whoosh! Little Tyrant stepped back 3 meters. All three of its heads were breathing fire at the same time. As soon as the horrifying flames came out, the Iron Fist kangaroo immediately sensed danger. It quickly dodged and jumped to the side. However, before it could land, Little Tyrant had already pounced on it. It bit the Iron Fist kangaroo's neck and bit down mercilessly. Crack! The Iron Fist kangaroo's spine was broken. It fell to the ground and twitched violently. "No, The muscular man with a buzz cut was furious after losing his beloved pet. He threw caution to the wind and rushed forward with a knife. He wanted to stab Little Tyrant to death. Bang! Little Tyrant jumped and used its hard head to knock the muscular man away. The latter crashed through the door and fell in the corridor. Following that, Little Tyrant looked at Lu Gaohan, who was kneeling on the ground. He was so scared that he had peed his pants. No! Lu Gaohan's heart-wrenching scream echoed in the room. Little Tyrant held Lu Gaohan's family heirloom in its mouth and jumped down from the 5th floor. It threw the item into the sewer under the cover of the night. Then, it shrunk its body and returned to the rundown neighborhood a few hundred meters away. Little Tyrant, you're back. Wan Siyu stood in front of the neighborhood and waited anxiously. She was relieved when she saw Little Tyrant running back. She took a closer look and saw a trace of blood at the corner of Little Tyrant's mouth. She frowned slightly. Chapter 83. Little Tyrant, you went to fight? Wan Siyu was worried. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant nodded. Thank you. But you didn't kill anyone, right? Wan Siyu quickly asked. She was afraid that Little Tyrant would attract the attention of the mayor's residence. Little Tyrant shook his head, but his eyes were filled with pride. It's good that you didn't kill anyone. Wan Siyu let out a sigh of relief and rubbed his head. Little Tyrant felt very comfortable and kept rolling on the ground. That pair of dog eyes shone with wisdom. In a hospital, Lu Gaohan was lying on the bed. Mr. Lu Gaohan's life is not in danger. He just lost a lot of blood. Also his that thing that symbolizes his identity, was bitten off by a vicious dog and thrown into the nearby sewer. We picked it up and thought that it might still be usable after washing it clean. The doctor explained the situation with a strange expression. It can still be used after washing it clean? Hearing this, Lu Gaohan was so angry that his lower body was bleeding and he fainted again. Mr. Lu, send him to the operation room. The surrounding doctors' faces changed, and they quickly prepared for the operation. It hurts so much, damn it. In the operation room, Lu Gaohan's rhythmic screams could be heard. Even though he was under local anesthesia, he could still feel the pain subconsciously. Moreover, his heart was hurting even more. Wu Ming, just you wait. Lu Gaohan's hands gripped the bedsheet tightly as he roared. In the corridor, the boss of the Black Coat Security Company, Li Mao, was pacing back and forth. He punched the wall, causing it to cave in. Boss, without that thing, will Lu Gaohan change his personality and not give us the evolution food anymore? An elite bodyguard wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses asked in a low voice. I spent so much money to hire him. Does he really think that he's above everyone else? To put it bluntly, he's just a worker. Once he's healed, we'll continue to prepare the evolution food. No matter what, we can't lose our orders. Especially the batch with the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild. We absolutely have to complete it on time, Li Mao instructed sternly. Yes. The elite bodyguard immediately went to make the arrangements. On the roof of the hospital, Li Mao smoked his cigar and squinted his eyes as he looked at Nanwen Street in the distance. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the walls and see Wu Ming inside. Wu Ming, I can't touch you now, but once the National League is over, you'll die. After saying that, Li Mao threw the cigar on the ground and stomped on it with his feet, as if the cigar was Wu Ming. In the pet store, Wu Ming was lying on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching TV leisurely. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant returned and walked in circles on the ground, as if he was asking for credit. Go and protect Siyu, Wu Ming ordered. Woof. Little Tyrant jumped onto the table and looked at Wu Ming eagerly. Wu Ming reached out his hands and stroked Little Tyrant's head until it was satisfied. Then, like an arrow, he flew out and disappeared into the night. That night, Wu Ming was very lonely. The next day was no different from any other day. Both the Beast Tamers and the Beast Tamers were still in the preliminary round, and it had gone on for an entire day. At noon on the third day, Wu Ming finally received a phone call. Is this Mr. Wu Ming? I am the E-rank Beast Tamer in charge of the second round of the preliminary round, Long Qianxian. Please arrive at the animal arena before 9 a.m. tomorrow. By then, all the beast tamers who passed the first round of the preliminary round will be there for the second and third round of the competition to ensure that the results are completed on the same day. An old voice came from the other side of the phone. Wu Ming could tell that it was the old E-rank beast tamer from last time. All right, I'll be there when I'm ready. Wu Ming hung up the phone. He opened the Garan Castle for him. Latest news. The preliminary round of the preliminary round for the beast tamers has ended. Currently, the highest ranking is still beast tamer Wu Ming with 99 points. The second place is Miss Su Ying with 80 points. Wu Ming discovered that there were a total of 35 beast tamers who passed the first round. Choosing 10 out of 35. Looks like it'll be very fast. No wonder Long Qianxian said that it would be completed in a day. Wu Ming mumbled. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. It was Huang Samba calling. Wu Ming picked up the phone. Hello, what's up? Brother Wu, I'm going to start the second round of the beast tamers preliminary round today. I heard that it's going to be actual combat. Do you want to come over and take a look? Huang Samba's excited voice came from the other side of the phone. He was obviously very confident. All right, I'll go to the animal arena in a bit. Wu Ming hung up the phone. Then, he called Su Qianqian. At the animal arena, the place was already bustling with noise. Next, we'll be having a competition between two other F-rank beast tamers. First, let's welcome our two opponents. Wu Ming had just gotten out of the car when he heard the loud noise coming from the speakers. He came to the stage. He was wearing a cap and sunglasses. Plus, everyone else was watching the battle with rapt attention. Therefore, no one recognized him. At this moment, the two beast tamers were looking at each other from 100 meters away. Standing next to each of them was an F-rank pet. In the crowd, Wu Ming spotted Wan Xiu, Zhang Oqiyun, and Zuma Mei. As for Huang Samba, he was sitting in a special seat in the animal arena. There were a total of over 120 people sitting there. All of them were beast tamers who had passed the first round of the preliminary round. Su Qianqian, who was also wearing a cap and sunglasses, stood beside Wu Ming and explained, Wu Ming, the beast tamer's preliminary round is going on right now. It said that they're going to pick out the strongest 10 from over 100 people. Right now, they're going through rounds after rounds of competition. Wu Ming nodded and looked at the competition in the animal arena seriously. Next, let's have the contestants start exchanging pointers. Hui Wehong held the microphone and waved her snow-white arm. The two beast tamers who went up on stage immediately gave orders to their pets. One of the pets was an iron fist kangaroo. The other pet was more powerful. It was a tusked wild boar. Its saliva kept dripping down, and it was even letting out weird grunt from its mouth. Boom! The two pets were originally a few dozen meters apart, but in the next second, they collided in midair, producing a dull sound, as if two steel beasts were fighting. Clang, clang, clang. The tusked wild boar kept digging into the ground, ramming into the iron fist kangaroo over and over again. In the end, it sent the iron fist kangaroo flying a few dozen meters away, obtaining victory. Number 123 has advanced. Hui Wehong announced the result. Then, it was the other two contestants' turn. The 120 people were divided into over 60 rounds of exchanging pointers. Every round took no more than 3 minutes. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 62 beast tamers had successfully leveled up, including 3 tyrants Huang. Then, everyone started drawing lots to continue to the next round. Wu Ming rested his chin on his hands, finding the exchanging pointers between the pets very interesting. As such, he continued to watch with Su Qianqian. Chapter 84. Wu Ming. In the last battle, Huang Samba's mighty bear performed very well. It sent its opponent flying with a single slap, Su Qianqian said as she stood next to Wu Ming, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Wu Ming took a sniff and found that Su Qianqian had good taste. He didn't know which brand of perfume she was using, but her scent could only be smelled when one was within a meter of her. It wasn't pungent, but was very fragrant. It was like a jar of old wine that was becoming more and more tasteful. He glanced at Huang Samba in the arena and said, "The mighty bear has 4 F-grade talents. 3 of them are of superior quality, namely defense, self-healing, and speed. With these talents alone, it is basically invincible among F-grade pets." Su Qianqian complained, Wu Ming is so stingy. I can't believe he hid F-grade self-healing food. Self-healing food is very important. At the moment, it is only for internal use. For the time being, it is not for sale. Wu Ming shook his head and looked at Su Qianqian. Your net worth is at least tens of millions, right? Why don't you raise some pets to increase your ability to protect yourself? Is Wu Ming concerned about me? Su Qianqian's red lips curled up, making her look even more charming. Wu Ming appeared to be calm. I'm just curious. Many people couldn't become beast tamers of F grade or higher because their finances couldn't keep up. They had to spend money to buy a house, a car, raise children, and support the elderly. They simply couldn't afford to train pets. However, for Su Qianqian, this wasn't a problem. With her financial resources, she had more than enough to train an E-grade pet. Su Qianqian's bright eyes behind the sunglasses flickered for a moment. Then, she said the truth. I can't sign a contract with a pet. Wu Ming frowned. I've tried many times, but I just can't sign a contract with the pet egg. It seems that the pet is instinctively resisting. I don't know why, Su Qianqian added. Is that so? Wu Ming's eyes flashed. He used the eye of insight and sized up Su Qianqian from head to toe. There was a strange energy in her that could burn the soul of pets. No wonder she couldn't sign a contract with them. However, because the two of them had made love several times, Wu Ming found that the special energy in Su Qianqian's body had become very weak. I should be able to help you. Wu Ming placed his hand on Su Qianqian's shoulder and used conversion to convert the strange energy in her body into 10 evolution points. Really? Su Qianqian's beautiful eyes lit up. Wu Ming nodded. Of course. As a matter of fact, Su Qianqian couldn't sign a contract with a pet because of the special energy in her body. But now, it had been converted by Wu Ming. Therefore, she could sign a contract. Wait a minute. I happen to have a pet egg that is suitable for you. Wu Ming closed his eyes under the cover of the sunglasses. His consciousness entered the system store. After some searching, he saw a pet egg on the shelf. Ding! The host has consumed 98 evolution points to purchase a pet with potential of E-grade, Flaming Sparrow. The system's voice rang. The next second, Wu Ming took out his hand from his pocket and opened it in front of Su Qianqian. There was an egg-sized, dark red pet egg. Su Qianqian took over the pet egg. She couldn't put it down, but she was worried that she couldn't sign a contract with it. What kind of pet is this? Try it and you'll know. Wu Ming took out a small knife and cut Su Qianqian's index finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood. It hurts. Su Qianqian pouted. Drip. As a drop of blood fell on the surface of the red pet egg, Su Qianqian noticed that it began to crack. A red sparrow with towering feathers crawled out from the egg and ate the entire egg. It grew to the size of a pigeon. How magical! Su Qianqian could feel that she had a connection with the flaming sparrow. She could also give it orders through her mind. This is a flying pet with potential of E-grade, the flaming sparrow. It has a potential of E-grade talent, burning flames. It is quite good, Wu Ming explained. I know. Su Qianqian nodded. As the master of the flaming sparrow, she knew all the information about the pet. She also knew that the little guy was small, but it could run very fast. Its claws and beak were as hard as steel. Even though the flaming sparrow was still in its infancy, it was not something that an average adult could deal with. With the flaming sparrow around, she would be able to protect herself. Shriek! The flaming sparrow cried. It spread its wings that had a wingspan of 30 centimeters. There were flowing patterns of flames on the wings. At first glance, the flaming sparrow looked like a ball of fire that could fly. Thank you, Wu Ming. Su Qianqian held the flaming sparrow in her hand and kissed Wu Ming, leaving a big red lipstick mark. Trained the flaming sparrow well. Wu Ming reminded her. Right, you haven't named it yet. Let's call it Little Red, Su Qianqian said. Wu Ming wore a strange expression. He thought to himself that this woman had a good business mind, but she was bad at naming things. Having solved the problem of Su Qianqian not having a pet, Wu Ming went back to watching the matches. After what had just happened, many matches had taken place in the Colosseum. Now, it was Huang Samba's turn. It's Huang Samba's turn, Su Qianqian reminded him. Yes. Wu Ming nodded. Outside the arena, Zuma Mei put her hands in front of her and shouted excitedly, "Honey, good luck." In the Colosseum, Huang Samba patted the mighty bear and said, "Big bear, your F-grade defense is strong, but your eyes are your only weakness. Therefore, protect your eyes, and you'll be invincible." Roar. The mighty bear patted its strong chest. The mighty bear's opponent was a bird. The bird had a wingspan of 3 meters and a pair of glassy wings all over its body. The bird looked indestructible. As it waved its sharp claws, there was a frightening glint. "Begin!" Hu Yuehong yelled. Shriek! The glass bird spread its wings and flew up to dozens of meters in the air. It opened its mouth and spat out some ice spikes. In an instant, the ice spikes were aimed at the mighty bear's eyes. Crack! The mighty bear closed its eyes. Its eyelids were enough to block the ice spikes. Even so, it was still seeing stars. The next second, the glass bird swooped down and reached for the mighty bear's nose with its sword-like claws. Bang! However, to everyone's surprise, the mighty bear jumped up and slapped the glass bird. The glass bird screamed and fell to the hard floor. Crack! The floor was broken and dust was stirred up. The glass bird struggled and tried to get up. However, the mighty bear rushed over and slapped the glass bird, giving it a concussion. Ah! The glass bird screamed and fell into a deep coma. It could never get up again. How violent! The audience couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 85. Number 45 wins. Hu Yuehong announced the result. Huang Samba and the mighty bear's number was 45. Dozens of meters away, the owner of the glass bird was kneeling on the ground. He could not believe what he had just seen. He screamed. Even the eyelids are so strong. How could this happen? He was unwilling to admit defeat. He stared at Huang Samba and scolded him, trembling. "How could you do this? How could you let your pet beat up my baby like this? How cruel, how vicious." Huang Samba was infuriated. He sneered, "Bah, shouldn't I be saying that to you? Who was it that ordered his pet to attack the mighty bear's eyes? If it weren't for the fact that our big bear's eyelids are strong enough, it would have been blinded by now. We are already being very kind by not killing your pet." He was still angry. He spat. "If I knew you were so disgusting, I would have asked Big Bear to kill you." Bah! Others agreed. That's right. That's right. It specializes in the eyes. It's very vicious. This is just a friendly match, not a life-and-death battle. How could he use such a vicious method? Now that he has lost, how can he criticize others? How narrow-minded. That's disgusting. Go home and drink milk. Many beast tamers stood on Huang Samba's side and spoke up for him. The owner of the glass bird was so angry that his face turned livid. He clenched his teeth. Just you wait. The owner of the glass bird hurried to find a forklift and carried the unconscious glass bird away. He was cursing and swearing. Clearly, he was not convinced. How dare he bite back when he's not as good as others? Disgusting. Zuma Mei spat. That's right. That's disgusting. Wan Siyu seconded. Zhang Okeyun was eating sunflower seeds. She was too lazy to comment on the owner of the glass bird. To her, it would dirty her eyes if she looked at that person any longer. Wu Ming saw this as well, but he didn't say anything. After experiencing enough, he would feel that this kind of thing was normal. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people in the Garan castle. It was normal for there to be a few people who were not normal. After Huang Samba won, he advanced to the top 31. He brought Mighty Bear back to his seat to wait for the next battle. The other beast tamers were still fighting. At the F rank, fights between pets tended to end quickly. After all, they had too few talents. Basically, they only had 2 or 3 talents, and they would use the same moves. Once they figured out their opponent's moves, the outcome would be decided quickly. It's her. Suddenly, Wu Ming noticed a beautiful girl dressed as a female student who had just appeared. She was holding a little white fox. It was Mu Wanyin, whom he had met several times before. Wu Ming knows her? Su Qianqian asked in a low voice. Yes, she's my client. Wu Ming nodded. I know her too. I heard that she's the younger sister of Captain Mu Wanru from the Law Enforcement Center. But the two sisters don't seem to live in the same place. Their relationship is a little complicated, Su Qianqian explained. Oh, Wu Ming was interested. The relationship between the two sisters is very good, but their parents are divorced and there are many unclear relationships. In short, it's very complicated, Su Qianqian explained further. Forget it. I don't care about other people's business. Wu Ming shrugged and opened his eye of insight. He looked at the little white fox's data. Little white fox, F-rank pet, elite, talents, F-rank soul wrap, own, F-rank speed, F-rank self-healing, F-rank defense. Apart from the F-rank soul wrap talent that came with the little white fox, the other three talents were awakened by the evolution food purchased from Wu Ming's pet store. All of them were of superior quality. Therefore, the little white fox's combat ability was also very strong. 4 talents. It's a pity that none of them are purely offensive talents, such as Sharp Claws, Fire, and Ice Hammer. It's going to be difficult to win, Wu Ming analyzed. On the stands, Zhang Okeyun, Wan Siyu, and the others also saw Mu Wanyan. They were surprised by her appearance. What's the point of showing off when you're so weak? Zhang Okeyun shrugged. She didn't think Mu Wanyan and the little white fox would win. Yin Yin, good luck. Wan Siyu shouted. Let's start the competition. Hui Wehong, the host, shouted. Mu Wanyan threw the little white fox out at once. As for her opponent, he was a muscular man with broad shoulders and a round waist. His pet was a crocodile covered in thick leather armor. He was a tank in the truest sense of the word and was very resistant to attacks. Ha ha ha, little girl. If you kiss me, I'm willing to let my raging crocodile go easy on you. The muscular man crooked his finger at Mu Wanyan. Listening to the flirting words, Mu Wanyan pursed her lips tightly and did not speak. She clenched her fists tightly. Little Baihu could feel the anger in her heart and growled. Hey, you're quite fierce. Come and bite me. The muscular man struck a pose often used by bodybuilders, revealing his strong biceps. What's the point of flirting with a little girl? Many people in the audience criticized him. I have the strength. What can you do to me? Even if my raging crocodile stands still, that little white fox is no match for it. The muscular man smiled proudly. Outside the arena, some people looked at the muscular man with disdain. That girl can make it to the top 62. She must have some strength. If he underestimates her, he will fail miserably. Someone whispered. The beast tamer who lost to Mu Wanyan was hiding in the crowd. He frowned and looked at the proud, muscular man, thinking that he was a fool. In the amphitheater, Little White, give a good beating. Mu Wanyan finally gave the order. Whoosh! The little white fox rushed out. It jumped up and slapped the raging crocodile's nose. The raging crocodile cried out in pain and immediately retreated. You're asking for a beating. The muscular man ground his teeth. Raging crocodile, don't hold back. Get a good beating. Roar. The raging crocodile pounced, but its speed was not at Class F. It couldn't even touch the little white fox's hair. Slap. The little white fox slapped the raging crocodile's nose again and retreated at once. This repeated dozens of times. The raging crocodile's nose was bleeding and its eyes were blurred by blood. Damn it! How can this little fox be so fast? The muscular man was exasperated. He really wanted to go up and help. Roar! The raging crocodile was completely enraged. It rolled around on the spot, swinging its tail and flailing its limbs. Still, it couldn't touch the little white fox. At this moment, the little white fox suddenly jumped to a place far away. It took a deep breath and blew out a pink bubble. The bubble expanded to 3 meters in diameter and wrapped around the raging crocodile. Then, the raging crocodile slowed down. Eventually, it froze on the spot and stopped moving. What's going on? Many people were dumbfounded. It's a Class F talent, soul wrap. Any pet that is wrapped in a pink bubble will fall into a deep sleep for a short period of time if it doesn't have a strong will, Hui Weihong explained. It's okay. My raging crocodile has a strong defense. It can stand still and let the little fox hit it. The muscular man was full of confidence. That's true. Hearing this, the others came to their senses. The little white fox had slapped the raging crocodile dozens of times, but the raging crocodile was only slightly wounded. It wasn't enough to win. In an instant, everyone turned to Mu Wanyin, wondering what she and the little white fox were going to do. Chapter 86. Wu Ming, who do you think will win this round? Su Qianqian asked Wu Ming carefully. Little white fox will win, Wu Ming said with certainty. What? Why? Su Qianqian stared at him with wide eyes. The F-rank soul coil has two effects. The first is to put other pets into a deep sleep, and the second is to weaken their defense. Wu Ming could tell because he had the eye of insight. Is there such a talent? Su Qianqian opened her mouth wide in surprise. That was a fascinating scene. Yes, the longer the soul coil lasts, the more the defense will be weakened. At most, the defense can be reduced to 80%. Wu Ming explained. That was equivalent to using the soul coil. Of course, it would be easy to defeat a tank. In the arena, Mu Wanyin was counting the time in silence. What's going on? Are we going to continue? The others were getting impatient. Little girl, are you thinking about how to cater to your big brother because you know you can't beat me? The brawny man grinned. Mu Wanyin turned a deaf ear to his obscenities. 58, 59, 60. Okay, the weakening effect has reached the maximum. It can last for at least half a minute. Little White, take advantage of this moment and hit him hard. Mu Wanyin shouted. Whoosh! Little White Fox dashed out. It bumped into the crocodile and flipped it over. The little white fox punched and kicked the white crocodile's belly. Then, the little white fox stepped back for dozens of meters and sped up. In less than 10 seconds, the crocodile spat out blood. *T. The brawny man was dumbfounded. He shouted at once, Don't. I admit defeat. But the little white fox didn't stop. It retreated tens of meters and used all its strength to accelerate. It crashed into the berserk giant crocodile's stomach and sent it flying tens of meters away. It rolled a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood, its body twitching. You little bitch, just you wait. The brawny man quickly grabbed the heavily injured berserk giant crocodile and dragged it out of the arena. Seeing this, the crowd booed. Trash! Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant when you're so weak? Ha ha ha! The onlookers all burst into laughter. When the burly man heard these sounds, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Therefore, when he saw that there was a sewer nearby, he really jumped down and ran along the sewer. This action stunned the surrounding people. What a weirdo! Su Qianqian covered her mouth and chuckled. Even Little Red, the blazing flying sparrow on her shoulder, made a jejej sound, as if she was laughing. The Beast Tamer selection competition continued. The ones who came out to fight next were all experienced and elite F-level Beast Tamers with rich combat experience. Their pets had also been through many battles, and their counterattacks were swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. This round of the competition had finally come to an end. At the moment, there were only 31 Beast Tamers left. Next, we'll be drawing lots for groups. 6 Beast Tamers will form a group, and there will be a total of 5 groups. The extra person will be randomly assigned to a group. After that, there will be a battle royale in each group. The top 2 will be qualified to go to Nanjiang City for the competition. Hui Weihong held the microphone and announced the new rules. Battle royale. I like it. Among the 31 Beast Tamers left, many felt that this method was pretty good. Hey, why didn't they put us together for a battle royale at the beginning? The loser will leave, and there will be 10 people left in the end. Isn't this method better? Someone complained. Hui Weihong ignored the muttering of others. She looked at the branded watch on her wrist, then looked at the setting sun and said, "Let's start drawing lots. In 5 minutes, we'll start the first group's battle royale." Huang Samba, Mu Wanyan, and the other beast tamers all surrounded her. The process of drawing lots was very fast. Number 6. "Looks like I'm in the first group." Huang Samba looked at his number plate and said, "I'm number 15. Looks like I'm in the third group." Mu Wanyan looked at her number plate. "I'm number 8. Looks like I'm going to be rich." The other beast tamers also complained about their numbers to ease their nervousness. Number 31 was assigned to the fifth group. 5 minutes later, the first group's battle officially began. Huang Samba walked into the Colosseum. The mighty bear stood at the side, sticking out his tongue and sizing up his opponent. The first group's level is very high. Huang Samba won't have a problem winning, but he'll definitely have to go through a tough battle. Wu Ming analyzed the strength of the other 5 opponents. Wu Ming is that confident in Huang Samba. "Both of us have experienced life and death in Tianyuan Canyon. Maybe we don't have enough combat experience, but we have been on the edge of life and death. We can face any challenge calmly." "I see." Su Qianqian and Wu Ming ended their conversation. Because the battle was about to begin, the pets of the first group all stepped onto the stage and looked at each other coldly. The 6 F-level pets on the stage were all elite-level pets with 3 talents or more. Apart from the mighty bear, the other 5 pets were a black bear, a 2-meter-long black mantis, a winged dragon, a battle dog, and a giant python. "I heard that Huang Samba's mighty bear is very strong. How about the 5 of us work together to knock it down?" The beast tamer of the black bear grinned hideously. "Sound good." The beast tamer of the giant python nodded. The other 3 beast tamers didn't say anything, but they had fixed their eyes on the mighty bear. Their intentions were self-evident. Shameless. 5 against 1. Zuma Mei was the first to jump out and yell, "Don't you have any shame? Do you dare to let your pets fight the mighty bear one-on-one?" Wan Siyu was also shouting, "Why do you want to fight one-on-one when you can fight as a group?" The beast tamer of the black bear sneered. Huang Samba's face was as dark as ink when he heard the conversation of the 5 beast tamers. He contacted the mighty bear secretly through the pet contract. "Big bear, you have 4 talents of the highest grade: strength suppression, defense, speed, and self-healing. So don't panic. You must avoid being attacked in the eyes. If you can, close your eyes and follow my instructions. Roar." The mighty bear lowered its body and roared. Hearing this, Huang Samba smiled. He clenched his fists and stared at the 5 despicable beast tamers coldly. "Begin," Hui Weihong ordered. "Attack the mighty bear together." The 5 beast tamers gave their orders at the same time. Roar, hiss, shriek. The 5 beast tamers, the black bear, the mantis, the winged dragon, the battle dog, and the giant python launched an attack at the same time. The winged dragon was the first to let out a horrifying shriek, which was an F-grade talent. A ring-shaped sound wave was visible to the naked eye. The mighty bear's head was swollen, and it had to cover its head with its paws. At the same time, the giant python breathed out a layer of ice. The mighty bear couldn't dodge in time. Its left hind leg was frozen by a piece of ice and was connected to the ground. It couldn't move for the time being. The remaining 3 close combat pets, the battle dog, the black bear, and the black mantis, approached in an instant. They attacked with their claws, teeth, and palms at the same time. The situation suddenly turned against the mighty bear. In any case, you'll definitely be one of the top 2, the flying pterosaur beast tamer said. Hearing that, the beast tamer from the black praying mantis cursed. "You mother of **, betraying your teammate? Idiot, don't you know that there's a saying that goes, 'I'm better off dead than you're dead'?" The beast tamer of the flying winged dragon snickered. "F***CKU. The black praying mantis beast tamer cursed. He suddenly realized that he had been tricked. The winged dragon could fly in the sky and was in an invincible position. Now that black bear and battle dog had been carried down, only the black praying mantis and the mighty bear were left in the arena. Thinking of how terrifying the mighty bear was, the black praying mantis beast tamer's face immediately became sullen. The top two in the group have been determined. The first is the mighty bear. There's no need to think about it. The second is my winged dragon. The winged dragon, beast tamer said proudly. Roar! At this moment, the mighty bear roared and charged towards the black praying mantis. Whoosh! The black praying mantis was very fast and could jump. Although it could only jump a few dozen meters each time and couldn't reach the winged dragon, it could easily dodge the mighty bear's attack. My praying mantis can't beat the mighty bear. This can't go on. Also, I can't let the winged dragon get away so easily. Also, does the winged dragon really think it can get first place? I still have a backup plan. The black praying mantis beast tamer narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold. Whoosh! The black praying mantis dodged the mighty bear's attack again. However, the mighty bear suddenly turned around and bumped into the black praying mantis with its heavy shoulder, sending the black praying mantis nearly 100 meters into the air. At this moment, the black praying mantis and the winged dragon were only 10 meters apart. For pets, this was very close. The winged dragon flapped its wings and hovered in the air, looking down at the black praying mantis with contempt. Now's the time. The black praying mantis beast tamer suddenly roared. To everyone's surprise, the black praying mantis suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards the winged dragon. Get away! It happened so suddenly that the winged dragon beast tamer only had time to shout. After all, the winged dragon was an F-rank pet. Its reaction speed was fast. In an instant, it flew higher. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The two daggers of the black praying mantis shot out in an instant. Behind them, there were spiderweb-like threads that were extremely tough. Puff! The two daggers pierced through the winged dragon's wings. The threads suddenly shrank, closing the distance between the two. The moment the daggers returned to its body, the black praying mantis tore off the winged dragon's wings. Screech! The winged dragon screamed and fell to the ground. Damn! Awesome! A shocking reversal of fortune. The onlookers stared with their eyes wide open. My winged dragon. The beast tamer rushed over and hugged the heavily injured winged dragon. His eyes were red. Serves you right. How dare you set me up? The black praying mantis beast tamer crossed his arms, feeling relieved. He looked at Huang Samba and shouted, There are only two of us left. There's no need to compete anymore. Huang Samba ignored the praying mantis beast tamer. Instead, he called the mighty bear back. Big Bear, come back. On the stage, Hui Weihong picked up the microphone and shouted, Very good. The first group's competition ends here. The first two winners are the mighty bear and the black praying mantis. They will be qualified to participate in the national competition in Nanjiang City. Please rest nearby. Yay! Zuma Mei jumped up excitedly and rushed down the stage. She jumped onto Huang Samba and wrapped her long legs tightly around him. Tonight is a celebration of hot pot. It's my treat. Zhang Oqian clapped her little hands happily. All right. Wan Siyu was also beaming with joy. On the stage higher, Su Qianqian was still in shock. She whispered, so the black praying mantis daggers can fly out to kill enemies. It seems that it's very dangerous to be within a few dozen meters of it. Wu Ming nodded and said, That's right. From the beginning, he had used the Eye of Insight to see the black praying mantis' various talents. He knew that it had the F-grade talent dual flying daggers. It could shoot out two daggers at a maximum distance of 100 meters. Moreover, the daggers were very powerful. Even a 1 centimeter thick steel plate could be pierced through. Huang Samba got a spot. It's my turn tomorrow, Wu Ming whispered. Wu Ming, do your best. In order to be in a good mental state tomorrow, I won't disturb you tonight. Su Qianqian smiled and winked at Wu Ming. Chapter 88. After a moment of silence, Wu Ming nodded. We do need to have a good rest tonight. Besides, we're going to have hot pot to celebrate. Right. How should we train Little Red? For example, What kind of food should we choose? How much food should we eat every day? Su Qianqian asked curiously. Wu Ming was speechless. You're President Su of the super affordable shopping center. How come you don't know about this? I'm in charge of the business. I don't know much about other things. Su Qianqian stuck out her tongue. Wu Ming thought about it and explained, first of all, defense is a must. Speed must be improved, and so must self-healing. With these 3 talents, it will be difficult for pets of the same level to kill you. Self-protection will be enough. As the saying goes, only when you're alive can you deal damage. Therefore, if you want your pets to play their roles to the fullest, it's best to have talents such as defense, speed, and self-healing. Of course, it also depends on what you need your pets for. If you need a support-type pet, you can add a talent that can enhance groups of people. For example, the F-level talent, Furious Horn, can make your pets excited when you blow it. If you need an offensive-type pet, you can add an offensive-type talent, such as Flame Thrust, Flame Cage, or Deadly Hook. Wu Ming explained in detail. Su Qianqian rested her chin on her hand, wearing a charming smile. She looked at Wu Ming seriously. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She nodded and said, I see. H.E. Wu Ming is indeed a genius pet trainer. That's a good explanation. You flatter me. Wu Ming smiled. The two turned around and looked at the amphitheater at the same time. The second group's competition began. On the field, the 6 pets looked at each other across the air. Let's make it clear first. We can't gang up like the first group. That's too despicable. It's better for us to have a real melee, a beast tamer suggested. I agree. Don't play tricks. Use your strength to speak. That had better be the case. Seconded. The remaining beast tamers all agreed. Hui Weihong picked up the microphone and looked at the Beastmasters, asking, Are you ready? Ready, they said in unison. All right, let the second group's competition begin. As the loud and clear voice was heard, the 6 pets looked around vigilantly, fearing that they would be beaten up. They did not attack rashly. Each and every one of them was watching with hot air coming out of their nostrils. Their legs were constantly digging into the ground, ready to attack or dodge at any time. Whoosh! In the end, they still rushed out. Soon, the 6 pets ran into each other in the middle of the arena. Some of the pets were leather-armored dinosaurs. Their sharp claws were grabbing at different pets, and their sharp teeth were attacking a third pet at the same time. It was a chaotic scene, but it was precisely because of this that the battle was so intense. Soon, a rooster-like pet fell to the ground with wounds all over its body. It was the first to be eliminated. The battle became more and more intense. More and more pets were defeated. In the end, only a leather-armored dinosaur and a 2-headed dragon that could spit fire and ice were left. However, even though they had won, their bodies were covered in wounds and they were panting heavily. They were like arrows at the end of their flight. *T. This is a real battle royale. Damn, it's so intense. The onlookers could not help but swallow their saliva. In the first group, the mighty bear had basically swept the field. In the second group, the real battle royale was going to be fierce. Each group had their own merits. The tickets are worth it. Someone joked. The second group's competition is over. Take a 5-minute break and the third group will begin, Hui Weihong announced loudly. It's our turn. Mu Wanyan stood up with the little white fox in her arms. She walked toward the arena, which attracted the attention of others. Look, the little white fox has also made it to the final circle. I wonder if it can win the top 2 in its group and make it to the next round. I think the little white fox will win. Why do you say that? I'm not telling you. As Mu Wanyan and the little white fox stepped onto the stage, another round of discussion arose among the audience. Most of them were speculating about the little white fox's chances of making it to the next round. A small number of them were arguing about whether Mu Wanyan's legs were fairer or her face was fairer. Soon, the third group's competition began. This time, it was still a real battle royale. The 6 pets were trying to kill each other. The little white fox was agile. Relying on the F-rank soul wrap, it was able to control 2 F-rank pets at once. The remaining pets seized the opportunity to send the 2 out of the arena first. Then, the little white fox continued to move around and made it to the end. Oh my God, Mu Wanyan with fair legs has made it to the next round. Young man, you're focusing on the wrong thing. I didn't say anything wrong. That Mu Wanyan's legs are fairer than the little white fox's. Oh my God, I really want to marry her and treat her like an ancestor. Some of the audience were excited and some were aggrieved because they had lost money in the bet. Some were even in the mood to jump down and fight with their pets. The following two groups went through the same process. In less than an hour, the Beast Tamers audition officially came to an end. The 10 young F-rank Beast Tamers, including Huang Samba and Mu Wanyan, passed through many obstacles with their pets and were qualified to go to Nanjiang City. On the stage, looking at Huang Samba and Mu Wanyan, who had received the certificate of honor, Wu Ming said with a smile, "Of the 10 pets, 2 were trained in my pet store, taking up 1/5 of the spots. It means that my food for evolution is quite good. I think there will be an award speech later." Wu Ming, your pet store is going to become famous again, Su Qianqian said in an envious tone. I think so. Wu Ming smiled. Hu Yuehong stood on the podium with Huang Samba and the other 10 beast tamers standing next to her. Next, let's invite the 10 qualified beast tamers to give their award speeches. Behind them were their pets. Thank you to my teacher, E-rank beast tamer Mr. Stephen. The Black Mantis beast tamer shouted loudly to promote Stephen. Thank you to my boss, F-rank beast tamer, Wu Ming. He was the one who formulated all kinds of super quality evolution food, turning the ordinary mighty bear into an elite. This was Huang Samba's award speech. I would also like to formally thank Wu Ming, because the reason why my little white is where it is today is all because of the 3 types of evolution food he sold me at a low price. Everyone, if you need to buy evolution food, you're welcome to go to Nanwen Street and buy from Mr. Wu. Mu Wanyan shouted loudly into the microphone. Then, she recognized Wu Ming, who was standing at the top of the stage, and pointed at him excitedly. Look, Mr. Wu is here too. Wow, there was an uproar. Everyone turned around and saw Wu Ming and Su Qianqian standing in a remote corner. I think it's Mr. Su and Wu Ming. Hurry, let's go and add VX. Many beast tamers and spectators rushed over. So many people. Wu Ming was shocked. He quickly grabbed Su Qianqian and jumped down from the stage, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 89. Run faster. Never mind, I'll carry you. On a small path lined with trees, Wu Ming pulled Su Qianqian, who was wearing high heels, to escape from the scene. However, he realized that she was too slow, so he quickly carried Su Qianqian in a princess carry and ran to the parking lot. Su Qianqian wrapped her arms around Wu Ming's neck. Looking at his serious and determined eyes, she felt that choosing this man was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Wu Ming ran into the flower bed and took a shortcut to the parking lot with Su Qianqian. They jumped into the fierce bull sports car and left with a roar. Sigh, he got away again. Many beast tamers looked at the sports car leaving and felt that it was a pity. In the sports car, Su Qianqian blushed and drove the car. So exciting. Wu Ming leaned against the seat and breathed quickly. He had tamed 2 pets and received some feedback from them, so his body had become much stronger. However, running with Su Qianqian in his arms was still very tiring. Wu Ming, your body is so strong. Su Qianqian looked at him and praised him. Didn't you already know whether my body is strong or not? Wu Ming smiled. You're so annoying. Su Qianqian pouted. Where are we going now? Wu Ming looked at the VX message once CU sent and said to Su Qianqian, the Super Beast Center building. We're having hot pot at the hot pot restaurant there to celebrate. Ding dong. He received another message. Wu Ming opened it and saw that it was a voice message from Mu Wanyan. Mr. Wu, I got into the top 10. I would like to treat you to a meal alone to express my gratitude. When Su Qianqian heard her voice, her red lips curled up slightly. This little girl is still inexperienced. Isn't she afraid of being eaten by another man in the middle of the night? If she were an ordinary little girl, she might be in danger if she met someone with bad intentions. However, Mu Wanyin is an elite F-level beast tamer. There's no need to worry at all, Wu Ming said. That's true. Su Qianqian nodded. Wu Ming picked up the phone and turned it on. Thank you for your kindness, but tonight I'm going to eat hot pot with Huang Samba and the others at the Super Beast Center to celebrate. Why don't you come over as well? After saying that, he sent the message out. Ding dong. Mu Wanyin replied very quickly. Really? Can I go with you? Wu Ming could tell that this little girl was a little excited. Of course it's true. Zhang Okiyun is treating us to a meal. Let's rip her off and try to make her poor. Okay. In less than 3 minutes, Wu Ming had already agreed with Mu Wanyin. By the way, you should come too. Wu Ming put down the phone and said to Su Qianqian beside him. By the way, you can ask Yin Tong to come too. In Tianyuan Canyon, he, Yin Tong, and Huang Samba were all friends who had gone through life and death. It was only right for them to have a meal together. Sure. Su Qianqian was very happy to receive Wu Ming's invitation. After a while, downstairs of the Super Beast Center, the Fierce Bull sports car was parked here. Wu Ming looked out through the glass window. A tall, short-haired, pretty girl wearing super short leather pants and big sunglasses was standing by the roadside. It was Yin Tong. She was chewing gum and pushing the sunglasses up her nose bridge. She looked at Wu Ming and Su Qianqian, who were getting out of the car, and asked, "Why are you so slow?" Su Qianqian pouted. She grabbed Yin Tong's arm and walked with her to Wu Ming's side. Although I'm driving a sports car, I still have to wait for the traffic light. Wu Ming raised his head and looked at the 300-meter-tall building in front of him. This was the tallest building in Garan Castle. It was so sturdy that not even a Class C pet could damage it. It was also the safest place in Garan Castle, because there was a Class C dragon elephant standing on the roof at all times. That was one of the guardians of Garan Castle. It stood on the roof and looked down, overlooking the entire Garan Castle and keeping track of the movements around it. Roar. At this moment, there came a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar from the top of the Ultra Beast Center Tower. Then a gust of wind blew down from the roof. Even Wu Ming was almost blown away. The next moment, a huge figure flew up from the roof. It flapped its wings and began to hover over Garan Castle. That's the dragon elephant at the peak of Class C, one of the guardians of Garan Castle. It's very powerful. Silver-Eyed looked at the huge figure with reverence. Yes, it's so powerful. I wonder if my little red can become such a powerful pet. Su Qianqian yearned for it. Quack, quack. The flaming sparrow poked its little red head out of her bag and cried. You have a pet? I thought you couldn't sign a contract with a pet egg. Yin Tong turned her head and looked at the flaming sparrow. She was so surprised that her big sunglasses slipped to the ground, revealing a pair of eyes that were full of shock. It's all thanks to Mr. Wu Ming that I was able to get my own pet, Su Qianqian explained. Hearing this, Yin Tong looked at Wu Ming with deep meaning. I didn't know that our genius Wu was so powerful. You even solved my cousin's intractable disease. Yin Tong picked up her sunglasses, still unable to calm down. We're all on the same side. Don't worry about it. Wu Ming looked up and sized up the Class C dragon elephant that was patrolling in the sky. The dragon elephant had a unique appearance. It was dark red all over, with a dragon head and a body that was almost as large as an elephant's. However, it had 4 sharp claws. It was over 5 meters tall and had a wingspan of 30 meters. It was intimidating. As Wu Ming activated his insightful eye, a large amount of information appeared in front of him. Species, dragon elephant. Rank, Class C. Peak, talents, Class C speed 220 meters per second. Class C defense, Class C strength 435 tons. Class C violent steel claws. Class C rage. Class D laser beam. Class D super light blast. The dragon elephant had 5 Class C talents. That was indeed the peak of Class C. In addition, the dragon elephant had as many as 15 Class D, Class E, and Class F talents. All of them were super powerful, combining speed, defense, and strong attack. The only thing missing was the talents in endurance and self-healing. Otherwise, this would be a perfect pet. No wonder it can become one of the guardians of Garan Castle. It is indeed powerful. With it around, unless a large group of Class C or Class B beasts appear, no one can break the defense of Garan Castle. Wu Ming was shocked. "Brother Wu, we're here." Wan Siyu's voice came from the parking lot not far away. Wu Ming turned around. Zhang Okyun, Huang Sanba, and Zuma Mei had all arrived. They were only a few dozen meters away. "Mr. Wu, I'm here too." Mu Wanyan was holding the little white fox in her arms. She was wearing a school uniform. She jumped down from a bus and ran while waving at Wu Ming. "Hey, what a coincidence. You're all here." Wu Ming smiled. Zhang Okyun snorted when she saw Mu Wanyan, Yin Tong, and Su Qianqian. Why did you bring others?" Chapter 90. It's my treat. Wu Ming didn't beat around the bush. "This." Zhang Okyun proudly turned her face away and stopped talking. Wan Siyu quickly took out an Ultra B Center Tower membership card and handed it to Wu Ming. "Brother Wu, Yin Yin gave this to me. It should be useful." "Little Zhang, thank you." Wu Ming took the membership card. "Who are you calling Little Zhang? Which part of my body is small?" Zhang Okyun was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She walked in front of Wu Ming and straightened her back proudly. Wu Ming subconsciously lowered his head. Then, he saw a white wave rolling in front of him. "I was wrong. You're big, Zhang." Wu Ming swallowed his saliva and quickly turned his face away. He led everyone to the lobby on the first floor. Ultra Beast Center Tower's security saw Wu Ming and immediately recognized him as the animal trainer who had become famous on the forum in the past few days. "Oh, it's Mr. Wu Ming. Hey, there's also President Su. President Zhang is here too." The security guards recognized Su Qianqian and Zhang Okyun one after another. The hostess nearby also hurried over to greet them. "Let's go to the hot pot restaurant on the 70th floor," Wu Ming said. "Okay, please follow me." The hostess was wearing a red chong sam with a low collar and high slit. Her waist was neither fat nor thin as she walked in front. The elevator went up. No one spoke. It was very quiet. They arrived at the 70th floor. "Mr. Wu Ming, I've arranged a Fugui private room for you by the window. Please order first." The hostess took out the menu. "I want this, this, and this." Zhang Okyun immediately ordered the most expensive dishes. "Wow, you want to rip me off?" Wu Ming tactically leaned back. "Didn't you say you're treating?" "Of course, I'll pick the most expensive one. Otherwise, I'll be disrespecting you, Prodigy Wu." Zhang Yuyin crossed her arms and smiled evilly. "Pa!" Wu Ming slapped her perky buttocks. "You." Zhang Okyun blushed. Seeing this, Mu Wanyan was a little nervous. She silently hugged the little white fox and lowered her head, not daring to speak. "It's my treat," Su Qianqian said. "Why should you treat me? I might as well treat you." Zhang Yuyin and Su Qianqian were at odds. "Okay, Big Zhang is treating. Did you all hear that?" Wu Ming quickly interrupted. "Wow, you guys are working together to rip me off." Zhang Okyun finally reacted. She secretly cursed the two of them for being too cunning. In the midst of everyone's laughter, the responsibility of treating everyone was passed around a few times. Finally, it was Zhang Okyun's responsibility. At this time, Wu Ming started ordering. He picked 5 of the cheapest dishes. "Who are you looking down on? Do you think I don't have money? You even picked the cheapest dishes." Zhang Okyun shrugged and turned her face away. "I don't want the dishes I just ordered. Give me a portion of the rest." Wu Ming said. Zhang Okyun spat out water. Even the nervous Mu Wanyan couldn't help but laugh. "Wu Ming, you're messing with me." Zhang Okyun was so angry that she kept blowing the hair in front of her forehead. "Messing with you? Can I really do that?" Wu Ming pretended to be surprised. Zhang Okyun took a while to process what Wu Ming meant. She spat. "Old pervert. Shameless." Wu Ming burst out laughing. He thought, "Zhang Okyun, you little girl. How dare you compete with me? An old pervert. Now you know what's good for you?" Soon, the waiter started serving the dishes. Wu Ming and the others were sitting in a private room. The soundproofing was very good. They couldn't hear the sound from the other rooms, and the sounds from the other rooms couldn't reach them. Come, let's eat and drink to our heart's content. Let's celebrate Huang Samba and Mu Wanyan entering the top 10 of the Beast Tamers and representing Garan Castle. Let's try to get a good ranking in the national competition. The table was full of toasts. The group ate for more than an hour. They chatted a lot. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhang Okiyun swiped her card to pay for the meal. Then they booked a private room in the KTV on the 63rd floor. Everyone went in and sang until late at night. See you. You can stay at my place tonight. When they parted, Zhang Okiyun drove away with one see you in her sports car. Brother Wu, Mei Mei and I are going back to rest. See you tomorrow. Huang Samba, Zuma Mei, and Mighty Bear got into the pickup truck. Ying Tong and Su Qianqian left together. In the end, only Wu Ming and Mu Wanyan were left downstairs. I'll give you a ride, Wu Ming said. I have Whitey to protect me. I'll be fine. Mu Wanyan shook her head. She turned around and saw a few people walking towards her. Her face froze when she saw the middle-aged man with a buzz cut. You little B asterisk TCH, I've finally found you. You should pay back the money your father owes. The middle-aged man rushed over. Mu Wanyan hugged the little white fox tightly and hid behind Wu Ming. Her face was bitter. Why is this happening again? Wu Ming covered his face with his hands. He couldn't believe that he would encounter this kind of situation after traveling to another world. No wonder Su Qianqian said that Mu Wanyan's situation was complicated. Now, it seemed that her father owed her money again. Where do I have the money to pay you back now? Mu Wanyan said in a trembling voice. Roar! Little Baihu jumped out and stood on the ground. It stood up like a human and waved its sharp claws, creating a strong wind. Hey, an F-level pet. The people who followed the middle-aged man with a buzz cut quickly pulled him back. They were frightened. Don't think you're so great just because you've become a beast tamer. It's natural for a daughter to pay back her father's debt. The middle-aged man with a buzz cut was also afraid of the little white fox. He began to step back. He looked at Wu Ming again and suddenly felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't recognize him at the moment. I will pay back the money I owe, but not now. Mu Wanyan paused. All the beast tamers who participate in the national competition will get a participation prize worth 1 million. It's given out by the mayor of the Garan Castle, but it will only be paid after the national competition. National competition? You? The middle-aged man with a buzz cut sneered, but a person next to him took out his phone and checked on the forum. He patted the middle-aged man's shoulder excitedly and whispered, Brother, she really made it to the top 10 of the Garan Castle. She's qualified to participate in the national competition. Wow, that's amazing. I thought her pet was just an ordinary F-level beast tamer. The middle-aged man was shocked. She's at least an elite-level beast tamer. We can't afford to offend her. After all, the one behind us is only an experienced F-level beast tamer, one of the men next to him whispered. Hearing that, the few of them looked at Mu Wanyan with reverence and quickly ran away. Wu Ming stood to the side. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even have a chance to show off. Damn, that's it. Wu Ming looked at the few people who ran away with their tails between their legs and scratched his head. He felt that this plot was not what he had imagined. But on second thought, Wu Ming felt that it was reasonable. Mu Wanyan was no longer an ordinary person. She was an elite F-level beast tamer who was qualified to participate in the national competition. She was under the protection of the mayor of the Garan Castle. No matter how arrogant the middle-aged man with a buzz cut was, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Thinking of this, Wu Ming looked at Mu Wanyan next to him and said with a smile, Looks like your problem has been solved. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.